Naya, if you're in charge.
Recording in progress.
Good evening and welcome to the April 18th, 2022 Eugene City Council public hearing. Thank you for joining us in this remote meeting format we're using as our state and community continue to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Anyone wishing to access this meeting can do so by watching the live stream available on our website, the broadcast on Comcast Channel 21, or by following the instructions listed for this meeting on the public webcast and meeting materials web page on the City of Eugene website. If you join the meeting via computer, device, or phone, your microphone, webcam, and phone are automatically muted when you enter the meeting as an attendee. There are two public hearings on tonight's agenda. For those wishing to testify, please wait to raise your virtual hand until I announce that it is time to do so in my introductory remarks. And I am modifying, so I'll announce the amount of time you have for each hearing in order to sign up. As a reminder, we will allow speakers the option of turning on your video when you are called on to provide testimony. As your turn is announced, the meeting moderator will temporarily promote you to panelist status, and you can unmute and turn on your video if you wish. We encourage everyone to use this in a responsible way. Our intent is simply to be able to see each other's faces as testimony is given. Finally, if there is testimony you are not able to provide or wish to get to us in a different manner, please feel free to contact any one of us individually or together via email and voicemail. With that, our first public hearing is an ordinance amending section 4.990 of the Eugene Code 1971, adding a penalty for the willful violation of section 4.830, portion of street reserved for vehicular traffic of that code. I now open the public hearing on this ordinance, adding a penalty for a willful violation of section 4.830 of the ordinance amending section 4.990 of the Eugene Code. So if you wish to testify on this topic, please raise your virtual hand now to join the speaker's queue in one of two ways. For those viewing the meeting on a computer, laptop, or other device, click once on the hand icon. For those listening to the meeting on the phone, press *9. Requests to speak on this topic will be accepted for 10 minutes. So it is 7:34, so until 7:44. The meeting moderator will unraise or disallow any requests to speak that are made after the deadline. When the hearing begins, our meeting moderator will announce two speakers' names at a time. When it is your turn, the moderator will announce your name and promote you to panelist status. You have 3 minutes to speak. If you are watching the meeting, the timer should be visible. A yellow light will come on when you have 15 seconds to complete your comments. The red light and beep indicate the end of the 3 minutes. For those who have connected to the meeting via phone and don't have the benefit of seeing the timer, please be aware that your microphone will be muted when you have reached your time limit. And with that, Manager, would you please introduce the topic?
Yes, thank you. So this will be slightly repetitive, but as a follow-up to our March 14th work session with you, tonight's public hearing is to consider potential code amendments to Eugene City Code 4.830, which is portions of the street reserved for vehicular traffic, which addresses unauthorized use of a portion of the street between the curbs that is reserved for vehicular traffic for any other purpose than vehicular traffic. I know, lots of words. Currently, EC 4.990, the penalty section, sets the maximum penalty for violating this at a $250 fine. When unauthorized use of the portions of the streets reserved for vehicular traffic pose an immediate safety hazard, the Eugene Police Department has found that a $250 fine has not been an effective penalty to compel some persons to immediately address the safety hazards associated with the unauthorized use. The code amendment being considered tonight would add an enhanced maximum penalty to EC 4.990 for a willful violation of the code. That could be punished by a maximum fine of $500 or up to a maximum of 10 days in jail or both. While staff anticipate using this willful violation tool sparingly, In those circumstances where a violation of the code poses an immediate safety hazard and the violator has refused to remedy the safety hazard after receiving actual notice of the hazard by a police officer, the ability to arrest someone is needed to effectively manage city streets and remove the safety hazard. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I actually, before we begin with the first testimony, I am looking at the numbers here and seeing that we have 269 attendees. So I am going to suggest with this group, I would encourage you to, I'm thinking about shortening the time frame for this group and the subsequent group, if you can. Restrict yourself to 2 minutes. And that will also be true for the next hearing, because we have so many people who need to testify and we'll be here until midnight. And that's a long time for people to wait to speak. So I apologize for making a last minute shift on you. But so with that, it looks like Naya, we have 23 folks raise their hand for this. And yes, Councilor Zelenka, comment?
Mayor, I just wanted to point of privilege. My wife had a recent surgery and I'm her primary caregiver, so I'll be off and on from video doing stuff for her. So I just want to let people know that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And that also reminds me that that Councilor Evans is also unable to join us for health reasons tonight. So I'm sure he'll track this afterwards. Okay, with that, Naya, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. So our first speaker for tonight is Michelle Corlett, followed by B.
Hi, I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood. I thought this was about the changes to that were being added to the 2001 amendment. Is that coming up later?
That's the next hearing. So this
Do I put my hand up? I put my hand up then?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go on past me.
Thank you, Michelle. So next is B, followed by Dave H.
Well, hi, I'm Bridget Butler. I live in Ward 7 and I'm an outreach worker for Black Thistle Street Aid. I'm urging council to reject the proposed increased penalty amendments to EC 4.99. While yes, part of the complaint from Public Works and EPD included things like construction staging sites and piles of debris from homeowners, if we're being real, we know EPD and Public Works is historically a lot less likely to jail people under these circumstances than they would our unhoused community, who will undoubtedly bear the brunt of these penalties. The unfortunate reality is that for many people in our community, a tent or a vehicle on the side of the road is home, and they have literally nowhere else in our community that they can exist. If they could easily move to avoid citations, jail time, or impound, they absolutely would. People are not willfully ignoring their citations, and many of these vehicles are inoperable, and people living in them don't have funds or resources to fix them. Exorbitant fines serve only to break a bank that for many has long been broken. If a person can't afford a $250 citation, they absolutely won't afford $500 plus whatever fees they have to do to get their vehicle out of impound and replace all their belongings. Things like citations, jail time, and constant pressure to move snowball people into instability, disorganization, and a general loss to trust in systems that are supposed to support them. On outreach one time, our team met a group of residents in vehicles who were cited and had to be out within the hour. Nobody on that block knew where they could safely relocate, how they'd afford their citations, what they'd do if their cars were impounded. And there was a man there who needed stitches. He had to decide, do I get stitches and medical care, or do I move my home? Nobody should ever be put in this position. And thankfully, his neighbors were able to scramble and help him jump his car and move it while our team provided stitches. I urge the city to find ways to offer people and really truly support them in their vehicles and their situations rather than further criminalize them. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. So next is Dave H, followed by Brooklyn. Dave, I saw that your hand was lowered, so I wanted to check in to see if you were meaning to speak for the second public hearing.
Yes, actually, I would like to speak at the HB 2001 portion, please.
Okay, thank you. So you'll just raise your hand when Mayor announces that hearing.
That sounds great.
Thank
you very much.
Okay, so next is Brooklyn, followed by Teresa Beach.
Hello, City Council. My name is Brooklyn and I live in Ward 1. I'd really rather be doing something else tonight, but I feel like I need to speak out. And for my unhoused neighbors, it was interesting that the wording in the legal terms they are using are safety hazards, but we all know we're talking about our unhoused neighbors in the RVs around our community. RVs that don't bother me. So I want to hear that. I want you guys to hear the voice of someone who understands the housing crisis and has empathy for those people. You haven't really made a genuine, like there's safe spots, but there's not enough spaces and there's not independent places where people can really, just a place to rent and have independence. Like just a regular RV park, even there aren't any choices. And setting up these fines and then saying that you're going to incarcerate people just sounds like you're creating a debtor's prison. And I've already heard Chief Skinner describe the county jail as the city's largest mental health facility. So I guess you guys are planning on using it as a homeless shelter too. And we deserve more. And our community deserves more. And I urge you not to pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooklyn. Next is Bill Aspergren, followed by Nathan.
I thought I had lowered my hand. I'm here for the, I'll spell 2001.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. So next is Nathan, followed by Rachel Smith Anderson. Nathan, please unmute.
You got it. I live in Ward 1, and I'm here today to speak to you to express my opposition to the city's current plan to double fines and add up to 10 days in jail. If you cannot pay $250, isn't it unconstitutional to charge you twice that then? Just kind of wondering why that is. And also have a point of process. Why are we cramming two very important issues into one meeting? Seems like y'all aren't really doing your homework on this one. Seems like it could be better served if you all made another special meeting for this. But I also wanted to say that this is merely the latest sad step in the city of Eugene's ongoing effort to solve the housing crisis by criminalizing poverty and handing out millions of taxpayer dollars to wealthy construction corporations who go about building luxury housing. And you give all your money to faith-based organizations who set up temporary shelter sites behind razor wire fences where residents exist under 24-hour surveillance and prison-like conditions. I mean, I live in Eugene. I've lived here for 20 years, and I look out and I got to wonder, I thought we were past all that. I thought we were no longer the Eugene that proudly adheres to the region's Black Exclusion Acts, and that we're not the Eugene that prominently featured a College of the Confederacy atop College Hill. But maybe we are. Maybe we are that. Maybe that is our Eugene. Being poor is not a crime. Homelessness ends with actual housing. Impounding vehicles, issuing citations, confiscating people's pets, and making arrests only creates barriers to the housing of the unhoused, setting them back years or decades. Perhaps failing to earn enough money and pay taxes in this city warrants the levying of fines or jail time and other penalties to offset the costs associated with your very existence within our city limits. Since I testified against the order that would criminalize parking on city streets last year, I have seen the new amended parking enforcement order used to target 5 vehicles and 5 different longtime Eugene residents in my neighborhood. During a 5-week period, the first one landed on my work truck. What did all 5 vehicles have in common?
Thank you, Nathan. Your time has concluded. Next is Rachel Smith Anderson, followed by Heather Merrick.
Hello, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for the chance to speak tonight. I live in Ward 2 with Councilor Keating's ward. Grateful for the chance to speak tonight. I'm grateful the city is looking into this. I am neutral about this proposed change. I do appreciate that the city is making the sidewalks and streets a little safer. In areas around our neighborhood, there have been encampments that have been close to schools and close to places where people walk. So I appreciate that the city is taking this seriously. My family was able to recently tour the Eugene Mission, and we had a really great experience seeing the wonderful facility that's there. And there are a lot of great resources for people who are willing to move in there and get help for homeless. There were lots of beds available when we were there visiting, and we have contributed as much as we could. My children actually each contributed some money as well to the Eugene Mission, and we applaud the work that this group and other groups like that are doing to provide assistance for helping people who are unhoused to get their life in order, have an address, a mailing address, and a place to sleep and eat. So again, I'm neutral about this proposed change, but I do applaud you for taking seriously the challenges that we have, and with people who are parking on the streets long-term or living on the streets, to encourage them to move into places where they can get the help and assistance they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Next is Heather Merrick, followed by Barbara Braden.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Heather Merrick, and I reside in Ward 1, and I'm here on behalf of the Lane County Legal Aid Office of Oregon Law Center. We urge Council to reject the proposed amendments. Proponents say that they need these powers to address roadway hazards, but that makes no sense as a matter of law or policy. First, Eugene Code EC 4.830 has nothing to do with hazards. One need not create a hazard to violate it. 4.830 merely prohibits using a street for a purpose other than vehicular traffic. Indeed, it is 5.130, which prohibits obstructions or hazards. Thus, if anything, you would make willful violations of 5.130 an offense, not 4.830. Second, existing laws already empower officials to respond to roadway hazards. For instance, ORS 819120 and Eugene Code 5.005 permit the removal of vehicles constituting hazards or obstructions. In addition, Eugene Code 4.815 prohibits camping, and Public Works Procedure 861 outlines the processes for removal and storage of property as state law requires. Proponents argue that they need these tools while also asserting that they will not use them. Staff assured Council that they will arrest and jail people sparingly. Council should not enact laws that unless it actually intends to implement them. It undermines the legitimacy of the legal system when laws are irregularly enforced, fueling public confusion, distrust, and increasing the likelihood of arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. Some argue that the city needs to get tough on bad behavior, but that narrative is ahistorical. Actually, policing has been the predominant approach to poverty on the streets for decades. Broken windows policing, where we show zero tolerance for low-level offenses, is not efficacious in addressing the conditions that lead people to shelter and store their belongings on the street. And we'd be happy to provide a literature review on that social science. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. So it looks like Barbara lowered her hand. So next is going to be Susan Connolly, followed by Mackenzie Nee Flane. Susan, please unmute.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is Susan Conley. Thank you for taking my testimony. I live downtown. I've lived in Eugene for 43 years. We have a real problem with people storing their vehicles on the street. It's not just the homeless folks. We have people that store their work vans. We have 3 different times I had to try to get U-Haul to come and get their trucks away. People just abandon them there. And my calls to the city were not taken care of. We need these vehicles to move. Near where I live, there's a roundabout. And on one occasion, the large truck parked as close to the intersection as it could, blocked the view, and a car almost hit a child on a bicycle. The family, the little girl, took an extra lap around the circle, and the driver probably didn't see her because this big truck was in the way. So we have campers and vans and buses, and I remember a couple of big buses over at 6th Avenue that were there for months with garbage and leaves piled around them. These things need to move. and I hear the speakers talking about not wanting people to pay fines. I say if they don't move, tow them. Get them off the streets. We have a right to the quiet enjoyment of our neighborhoods and our homes. And one final thing, where I live, it's a bike street, so it's even more dangerous with large vehicles blocking the view of pedestrians and drivers on our street. Thank you so much. Appreciate your service.
Thank you, Susan. Next is Mackenzie Flane, followed by Lynn Porter.
There we go. Hello, council members. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I would like to urge you to reject this motion. I am also a street worker with Black Thistle Street Aid and have been doing medical outreach in this town for over 6 years. I was urged by one of your fellow council members to tell you a little bit about some of the individuals that I have encountered and some of their stories. Today, I'm going to tell you specifically about an elderly couple that we encountered during the pandemic. Their names were Jade and Shannon. They were in their 60s, and they were probably some of the cheeriest individuals you'll ever see. I don't think I ever saw Jade without a smile. They had been made unhoused because of medical disability. And I can tell you that the majority of the people that we encounter on the street have some kind of disability led directly to their level of houselessness. Jade in particular was missing his leg. And when we saw him missing one leg below the knee, and by the time we found him, his other leg had also become infected. So his wife was attempting to provide care for him as he suffered from a severe medical issue, and which they had no access to higher care. On one occasion while we were there, providing care for them in their car, Jade actually started singing Amazing Grace and thankfulness that he was able to get access to the care. Having a regular place where we could come back and provide follow-up care for him saved his life and saved his leg. I urge you to consider the humanity of the people who are forced to shelter in places that are not meant for habitation. I cannot tell you how many of our patients we have been unable to find and unable to provide life-saving care for because their cars were impounded and they were swept. I urge you to.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Your time has concluded. Next is Lynn Porter, followed by Jeff Wolf.
Okay. I've run the local homeless action page on Facebook for over 11 years. This proposal is stupid, unconstitutional, and morally disgusting. It will not solve any problems, only make things worse. For years, your cops have been chasing the homeless around Eugene. They're already living in hell, but somehow you think it's okay to make their lives even more miserable. You want to increase the fines for homeless camping? They have no money to pay them. So you'll put them in jail? Besides being cruel, do you have the jail space? The only real solution is a lot more homeless shelter, but you've dragged your feet on that for years. You've only recently started getting serious about shelter after the problem exploded and homeowners and business people started screaming at you to do something. Yes, shelter is expensive and you will have to find the money to build it. But hitting homeless campers with larger fines and jail times is beyond pointless.
Thank you, Lynn. Next is Jeff Wolf, followed by Phyllis Goldman. Jeff, please unmute.
Right, I had to find the button. Yes, Mayor, Council, thank you for giving me this opportunity to give you my expert opinion on what's going on here. I've been working as an outreach specialist and housing navigator around the county for the last several years. I get it, what people want. They want their streets clean. They don't want junk cars around. They don't want people living in front of their houses. That's totally within their rights. But we can't go back to criminalizing sleeping. The people that are living on the streets aren't doing that by choice. They can't be scared off the streets by doubling the fines. They can't pay $250. Sure as hell can't pay $500. What that does, it just makes them further and further in debt, and it makes us housing navigators work that much harder to try to get these people over their barriers of criminal activity, of debt, and every other thing that comes along with trying to imprison people just for living on the streets. I piggyback on some of the comments that other people have been bringing up. You get your vehicle confiscated, you get all your possessions confiscated, you lose everything you have. You can't afford to get things out of Hawk, and the city is kind of turning a blind eye to the ramifications and the domino effect of what they're doing to try to keep the streets clean. If we need to get these people off the streets, fine, but let's continue your efforts with finding places to put them. I know of some of the not-for-profit agencies around here that you've set up car camping places and tent camping places. Some people look at that as prison camps. The fences are there to keep bad people out, not good people in. Continue with that effort. Find places to put them before you yard them off the street. That's all I'm asking. Make our jobs easier to help them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Next is Phyllis Goldman, followed by Eli B. Phyllis, please unmute. Phyllis, please unmute. Okay, we're gonna move on. Phyllis, I'll try to come back to you. So next is Eli B, followed by Julianne. Eli, please unmute.
Good evening. My name is Eli Brown. I live in Ward 1. I'm an advocate for many of the houseless residents in our city. I'm asking council to vote against the proposed ordinance, which city staff says is needed because EPD has told them that they need the threat of arrest to take people's belongings and force people to move. The causes of homelessness in Oregon are well established: lack of affordable housing and the gap between income and housing costs. Both of the proposed ordinances this evening demonstrate that the city staff have no intention of addressing the root causes of homelessness. Eugene has one of the highest per capita rates of homelessness in the nation, yet the city doesn't seem to understand that they can't just, quote, make the problem go away by adding more, quote, tools to like the proposed ordinance to its already overflowing, quote, toolbox. According to a report endorsed by the Eugene Human Rights Commission, all of the laws in Eugene that punish people for their unhoused status, due to those laws, there is, quote, literally no square inch in Eugene where unsheltered individuals in unsanctioned camps are, quote, legally allowed to exist. Whether living in a car or in a tent, people need legal, safe places to sleep and engage in life-sustaining activities. The city's criminalization policy approach to homelessness is regressive, ineffective, and expensive. If businesses and cities and the city want people off the streets, the first step is to stop criminalizing them. Also, public participation, access to information, and transparency are pillars in a functioning democratic government. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the city has prevented the public participation of many poor and unhoused residents who would only be able to participate in person. Likewise, the city refuses to be transparent or give the public access to information on the cost of its criminalization policy towards homelessness. The public has a right to know how much public money is being spent. Instead of passing an ordinance that already adds to an already overflowing criminalization toolbox, the city could be.
Thank you, Eli. Your time has concluded. Next is Julianne, followed by Phyllis Goldman.
Hello, I'm talking to reject this amendment. I work for a local street outreach team that provides medical services from HIV Alliance. I just wanted to give two short examples from the recent sweeping of Owen Loop, which I think can really show how this is going to affect the city as a whole if it went into effect. We had one client who was displaced from Owen Loop and then was told she had to move again. And if it wasn't for us paying a couple $100s to help her be moved to one of the safe sleep sites to pay for that towing fee, she would have been left without a caretaker, without a home, with many disabling conditions. And she said to us she thought she was going to die that day if it wasn't for us being able to pay for those services. We cannot do that for every single person who's going to be impacted by this bill, despite most of them needing those services. And another one is that we provide ongoing medical treatment to service as a cure for certain diseases. And during this week, we lost contact with 3 different clients who were in the middle of treatment, which means that they can't continue and they will have to live with this disease for years to continue. And they often don't have cell phones because they can't pay for those services. So without being able to stay in a reliable location, they can't get this medical care, which gets them on track to start dealing with the root causes of why they may be homeless and to make progress, which will help get rid of this problem instead of just pushing it on and on and on and digging these people into a financial hole and messing up the criminal record, even though they're just trying to have some place to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Julianne. Next is Phyllis Goldman, followed by Pamela Kittleson. Phyllis, if you would please unmute. So I'm going to move on to Pamela Kittleson, followed by Robin Matsumoto. Pamela, please unmute.
All right, sorry about that. Hello, City Council. I do not support the proposed amendment requested by the EPD to increase the fine and allow imprisonment for people parking RVs in spaces the EPD has deemed unsafe. I live in Ward 1. My name is Pam, and I want them to be there and safe. I know that anytime that could be me, and I want them given dignity and access to the community. There are not enough spaces at the safe spots. Not everyone requires or desires 24-hour monitoring or support services, and it is not our job to enforce them. They just need a place to park. We cannot keep lining the coffers of the city with money from the poor. We cannot solve our housing problem by jailing people for not being able to find housing in a national housing crisis. What about a long-term RV park that charges $100 to $200 a month? Why is the only solution offered the one from police that criminalizes innocent people? Why are we hounding them so just because of a track event? This is not the answer. Vote no to this amendment. I'm done.
Thank you, Pamela. Next is Robin Matsumoto, followed by Ashley.
Hello, council members. My name is Robin Matsumoto, and I live in Ward 7, and I thank you for your time today. And I implore you not to pass this amendment. Continuing to criminalize homelessness in this way will not result in compliance. It will result in taxpayer money being used for further policing of our unhoused neighbors. We are already a national model for cahoots. Why can't we be a national model for treating our unhoused neighbors with dignity and respect? Why would we take this step backwards? With the amount of money that will be used to fund the police to enforce these laws, we could build public housing and parking spaces for these individuals at very little cost to all of you. You are funding the nonprofits that help these unhoused individuals. And by doing this, you are effectively acting as a snake eating its own tail. You are throwing money into a pit instead of solving the problem. The unhoused neighbor that I would like to talk about is a 2-time cancer survivor and she was stranded on the street. Her caretaker was arrested for trying to help other people who were swept at Owen Loop. This is absolutely inappropriate and absolutely not okay. The fact that we would threaten to jail and almost and remove housing from somebody who is a 2-time breast cancer survivor and permanently disabled not only is an act of violence, it is an act of disrespect, and it is absolutely unokay. I really, really, really implore you all to really rethink this amendment. I think that doing so will only further the problem and not further the solution. If this is what you are after, solve the problem by not doing this. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Robin. Next is Ashley, followed by Mike Lewis.
Can you guys hear me? So my name's Ashley. This is hard for me. So this is my first meeting, and I don't know that I choose to call Eugene my home tonight. I'm a little bit concerned. I don't know where this legislation came from. I grew up here. I went to Bethel School District. I went to high school at Willamette. I went to the University of Oregon. I went, I've been a community member since I was 1. And I don't know how you think this is the solution to homelessness. I really don't. I don't understand. But that's not the point of why I'm here today. I appreciate all the effort and the people here and the time that's been put into this issue. And I know it's not a one size fits all. I just wish maybe there was an option for community service as an alternative to these fines, or some form of access to services, getting hooked up to a counselor. And I really wish there was more research done, consult with community partners for homelessness advocacy, Egan Warming Center, Lindholm Center with St. Vincent de Paul, just any kind of research that could be done instead of just sneaking in some piece of legislation that will ruin people's lives. And I don't know what you guys are thinking, but yeah, I've been a patient of the mental health care system since I was 14. I've been hospitalized for psychiatric care several times, and I've shared space with these people, and they aren't our enemy. They don't deserve this. They're just like us. If it's not my fault that the medication I need to be.
Thank you, Ashley. Your time has concluded. Next is Mike Lewis, followed by Gabriel Hayden.
Hello, I would start my video, but I don't know how to do it. But I think you can hear me now.
Yes.
I'm Mike Lewis. I live in the 4th District, Councilwoman's Hughes District. I want to tell you that the on-street housing and parking on the streets has been allowed for far too long in our city. We've done a great step with the safe sleep sites and the opportunity that has been made available to people who are not regularly housed. They may not be in 1-bedroom or studio apartments, but there are supported sites that the city has finally been providing in a greater number, even though it's taken 3 and 4 years of studies to get these moving along over a long period of time. Within 1 block of my home, a homeless camper parked on the street with repeated complaints to the city to have them removed over a several-week period. Finally, the truck and the propane tanks that they were cooking with blew up. I was awoke to the boom and saw the fire billowing up around the camper. It was clearly a hazard the way the people were living there. It was clearly the hazard the way it was maintained, and the piles of trash that have developed over the time. When I've walked through and done hypodermic needle collections along Southwood or other streets in our city, is simply not acceptable. This new ordinance should be passed because it will allow some ability to tell people who will not go to safe sleep sites, who will not go to other organized campsites, that they cannot remain on the streets in unsafe conditions. I encourage you to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next is Gabrielle Hayden, followed by Sandra.
Hi, my name is Gabrielle Hayden, and thank you all for your time. I'm in Ward 1. For a lot of the reasons that previous advocates who are working with the homeless have said, I urge you to reject this measure. The foxes have holes and the birds of heaven have nests, but the Son of Man does not have a place where he may lay his head. Yeah, I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Next is Sandra, followed by phone ending in 707. Sandra, please unmute. You. Sandra, please unmute. Okay, we're going to move on to phone ending in 707, and Sandra, I will come back to you. So it'll be phone ending in 707, followed by Nancy Forrest. Phone ending in 707, please unmute and state your full name. Sandra?
I'm here.
Are you there? Okay, so since Sandra is here, we're going to go Sandra, then phone ending in 707, followed by Nancy Forrest. Sandra, go ahead.
Hi, I have issues with this because I've been homeless myself. I don't know how y'all can even consider this. I've been made homeless by domestic violence. I had kids with me. I've seen kids on the streets because it's been too dangerous for them to get home. What is wrong with y'all for even considering this? Think about that. I've been here since '73, and I've noticed more homelessness the past 10, 15 years than I've ever seen here before. And no, I know a lot of it has to do with circumstances beyond their control. Please don't pass this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Sandra. Next is phone ending in 707, followed by Nancy Forrest. Phone ending in 707, please unmute. Okay, we're going to move on to Nancy Forrest, followed by Sarai Johnson. Nancy, please unmute.
Hello, thank you. My name is Nancy Forrest. I own a home in Ward 1 and Ward 4. I do actually live on a property south of Beltline in unincorporated River Road area. I'm here tonight because I'm a case manager and street outreach worker for Carry It Forward, and I've been doing that for 3 years. Honestly, I've been truly surprised at how many people I encounter that were born and raised here. And there's a lot of them that have been out there 10 plus years, 20 plus years. And when we show up and we start to build a relationship and we start to assist them in navigating our extremely fragmented system of unhoused services here in Lane County, people over time begin to get things done. But if we don't have a place to find them, if they don't have a place to be safe and secure or to stay dry, that's why you see so many people in right-of-ways under bridges. It's not as bleak. I can assure you, if you even walked up and did what I do 1 or 2 days, you would definitely realize that this is not something that many individuals have any ability to do other than what they're already doing. So if we haven't provided them with spaces to be, to rest and to be, it's almost impossible for them to take the steps they need to get back to someplace that's safe and secure. A lot of people, I've lost a lot of people on the streets. I mean, people I consider friends that couldn't do it anymore. They expired. This is not going to solve the problem. And somebody said earlier, it makes it that much harder for us if they've got fines and prison records. Please reject this proposal and come up with something.
Thank you, Nancy. Your time has concluded. Next is Sarai Johnson, followed by Roger Jensen Bent Spoke.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'm Sarai Johnson. I live in Ward 5 and I'm testifying tonight as a private citizen. I urge City Council to reject the motion doubling fines and adding potential jail time for willful violators of Ordinance 4.830. Over the past several years, City Council has invested time, funding, and political capital in a good faith effort to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. In the case of curb-to-curb violations, the proposed change in policy would most drastically impact people who park on streets in a vehicle for the purpose of sleeping and living. And while that's not ideal, and I think we would all prefer to see people living in permanent housing until that is true and there are places that people can go, these are the folks who will be most affected by the change and least able to afford that. They're also least likely to actually pay fines and are still left with no real alternative as to where they can go. It is also well documented that sweeps separate people from critical connections, including services for vital health and survival needs. In a housing market as constrained as ours, a 1.5% vacancy rate here in Eugene, people who do not have adequate housing or shelter right now can't afford another fine, another judgment on their credit reports, another round of jail time, and another round of replacing their few belongings so that they can start over again. Jail time and high fines are not the answer to a humanitarian housing crisis, which finds close to 3,000 people per month unhoused and unsheltered in Eugene alone. I urge Council to consider the Human Rights Commission Poverty and Homelessness Work Group's comments on this matter and rethink the increased penalties for this type of parking violation. People need housing, not fines and more barriers to finding a place to live. I am proud to live in a city where I also was born and raised that prioritize human rights, and I'm eager to see Council uphold that value. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarai. Next is Roger Jensen, followed by 350 Eugene.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm Roger and I'm in Ward 8. I run a street outreach that operates in Wards 1, 3, 7, and 8. I strongly urge that you do not pass this amendment because it will unfairly target the unhoused. The reality is I've heard people mention the Eugene mission or bed availability at some of the safe sites. We do see, I think, an average of a 13% vacancy rate. What's not mentioned is that every one of the safe sites has a waiting list of 150 to 170. The Eugene mission has a very highly selective process that not all people who walk in the door are accepted into the program. They can only stay there during the probationary time, and then they're not allowed to go back. So people who are facing these potential fines and impoundment of their vehicles, just this last week alone, I dealt with 8 individuals that lost their RVs. And when I say they lose their RVs, they usually lose all their possessions as well. They're starting completely at scratch. They have nowhere to go. That's where I try to come in to provide warmth, blankets, tents, tarps, whatever I can to keep them warm. But the reality is right now, at most, I think we have beds for 1/3 of the estimated unhoused here. These people do not have options. You cannot penalize them financially to motivate them because they don't have the money. And the jail time, again, they go to jail, they lose whatever they did have, and they're starting from scratch again. I strongly urge that you reconsider this, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. So next was 350 Eugene, I believe just changed their name to Sandra Bishop. And next, followed by that will be LHVC co-chair. Sandra, please unmute.
Yes, this is Sandra.
Sandra, were you, was your first name titled as 350 Eugene?
No.
Okay, so you will not be able to speak during this public hearing tonight. I apologize for that. So next.
I may have raised my hand in the wrong public hearing.
Yeah, it was raised after the time limit, but I just wanted to make sure
That's
you
why
want 350 Eugene.
I'm sorry, that's why I lowered it. I realized.
Okay, thank you. So next is LHVC co-chair, followed by the last speaker, Sabra. LHVC co-chair, please unmute and state your full name and ward if known. So it looks like our last speaker, Sabra, also lowered their hand. So I'll give one more try for LHVC co-chair. Please unmute if you would like to speak. LHVC, can you hear me?
I'm trying to turn my monitor on. I'm Tom Bruno. I live in Ward 3. And I'm sorry, this amendment really doesn't meet the common sense. And obviously I oppose it. But I do need to tell the council, and Mr. Zelenka from Ward 3 knows about the RV that burned up. And it burned the overhead wires along Laurel Hill. And we also had RVs along Augusta Street where the individuals jumped out, urinated, defecated in the trees. And of course, as the former co-chair, I get all the information. So my point is, it seems like the city knows there's a problem with homelessness. It just really shows there isn't a plan to develop, build, or put resources to take care of the less fortunate. And my last comment is, it's the city's responsibility to provide resources for the less fortunate. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, could you please state your name?
Yes, Tom Bruno, Ward 3, former co-chair of Laurel Hill Valley Citizens.
Thank you, Tom. And Mayor, that concludes this public hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate people testifying. I'm actually going to turn this right over to the city manager who can clarify this proposed ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad you did that. Sounded like there's a little bit of a misunderstanding. So I'd like our Public Works Director, Matt Rodriguez, to speak to what's on the table for the public hearing tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, I wanted to clarify what seems to be a misunderstanding. So this proposed ordinance that's the subject of the public hearing does not apply to vehicles or parked vehicles. It's specific to unauthorized use of the portion of the street between the curbs for any other purpose than vehicular traffic that poses an imminent safety hazard. So again, it's not for vehicles. It's, as we mentioned in the work session, some examples, use of the street between the curbs for storage of materials, staging of construction activities, placement of tents or other non-vehicular shelters as examples. It does not apply to vehicles.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very important clarification. Are there counselors who have, I guess I will formally close the public hearing and open it to counselor comments. Counselor Keating.
Just a clarification, point of clarification, Mayor. When the ordinance doesn't refer to vehicles, does an abandoned or broken down vehicle that's been converted to a habitat count? A trailer that doesn't work?
So my understanding, and I can ask the city attorney to jump in if she thinks necessary, but if it is a vehicle that would be licensed at any point, that would be licensed, it would fall under another section of the code. So a trailer would not be subject to this proposed ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Semple.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who came and spoke so passionately. I appreciate it. This isn't going to solve homelessness. And I do hope the word gets around that it's not about vehicles. So please, if you're still listening, would you share that message? I don't want tents in the street. It scares me so much. And I don't want building construction and abandoned belongings. But I don't think that increasing the fines and certainly jail time is the right way to do it. Need to think about things a little bit more now that the vehicle part is clear. But to the parts that this would affect the unhoused, I need to think about that because they really don't have anywhere to go. But I don't want people sleeping in the street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Zelenka.
Yeah, City Manager, Public Works Director, maybe you can clarify. So this isn't an addition to an existing code, and it's for willful violations. And my question is, what does that mean, and when does it take enforcement, and how do you avoid this if you were in the circumstance of potentially getting one of these ordinance violations?
So Councilor Zelenka, in order for it to qualify as a willful violation, it would be a unauthorized use that poses an immediate safety hazard, and the violator has refused to remedy the safety hazard after receiving actual notice of the hazard by a police officer. So they would receive notice from a police officer that there was a safety hazard, and then if the police officer returned and it was not remedied, then the officer would have the ability to enforce as a willful violation.
So you could avoid this if you fix it or move it.
If you address the hazard.
Whatever. Yeah. If you address the hazard. Okay. That's a good way to put it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Groves.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, just a point of clarification. Would this apply, or is this another section of the code that would apply if a vehicle is parked on the side of the road, but parked in such a way that it's protruding out into the travel lane, which we have seen, which does pose a hazard?
No, my understanding is this would not apply to vehicles, whether they were, parked as a hazard or not. There's other sections of the code.
Other sections of the code. Thank you. And just the point of safety and getting back to tents and sleeping in the street, not in a vehicle. If we will recall, not that long ago, an unhoused woman lost her life sleeping in a parking lot with a garbage truck that backed over her. And when we have people in the street where the traffic is going, we're just setting ourselves up and them up for a bad outcome. So, and beyond that, putting construction materials in the street that vehicles can run into also poses a hazard. So I think it is important that we look at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Keating, I see that you have your hand up, but I actually would like to restrict this to one round unless it's absolutely urgent because we have a very long night ahead of us. And if
Thanks, Mayor. I haven't had one round yet. That
Oh, I
was a
thought you
point of
had the
clarification.
first
There was
round.
just a point
Sorry.
of clarification.
Okay.
I'll be brief, Mayor. Judges already have the authority to levy a community service punishment, as well as the existing punishment of a $250 fine for a quote willful violation. This potential ordinance change only focuses on the financial penalty and increased jail time. So I have some reservations, as I've expressed before, about supporting such a change unless there's a robust community service component connected to the willful violation of section 4.830. Can I get a comment from staff in that regard as to why community service is not on the table, and if it's possible to weave that into the conversation in advance of council voting on this ordinance change?
Catherine, would you be able to address that one?
Yes, the community service is part of the options that are available to a judge. What is set within the code is the maximum penalty. So anything below that is you don't see in the code for any of the violations. And so that's why everything, the amendments to 4.990 and the amendment you're looking at is the maximum amount that a judge would have. Anything within that or alternatives in community court, for example, is an alternative. It's nowhere mentioned anywhere in your code, but it becomes available depending on the violation that's being committed. So it's things like that that you aren't captured anywhere in your code for any of the offenses.
Okay, that's helpful. Could we add a maximum of community service to a code?
You could.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. So I have two announcements and before we move on to the next hearing, and one is that we'll start the clock now for people to sign up for the second hearing. So now you can start the clock and open it up to people to raise their hands, and we're giving them 15 minutes. So that takes us to about 8:49 or so. We can round it to 8:50. And then I'm going to give council a 5-minute break while that sign up happens, and we'll be back here in 5 minutes, and I'll formally open the process. So take a break, and we'll be back. hearing. This hearing is regarding an ordinance concerning middle housing. I will now open the public hearing on a land use code amendment and metro plan amendment to allow duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhouses, and cottage clusters, collectively referred to as middle housing, in more places across the city in order to increase housing choice and supply. Again, anyone wishing to access the meeting can do so by watching the live stream available on our website, the broadcast on Comcast Channel 21, or by following the access instructions listed for this meeting on the public webcast and meeting materials webpage of the City of Eugene website. If you join the meeting via computer device or phone, your microphone, webcam, and phone are automatically muted when you enter the meeting as an attendee. I've already announced the raising your virtual hand and the timeline. So again, a reminder, looks like we have 125 hands raised. So at 2 minutes per person, we're looking at several hours of testimony. So two things. The first in line as a point of consideration will be presentations by 2 planning commissioners, I believe, and they get the full 3 minutes. All other testimony is 2 minutes. And another reminder that if you are representing a neighborhood association, it's just one speaker for a neighborhood association. So you can divide your 2 minutes and each speak for a minute, or you can select which one of you will speak. And given the huge number of people testifying, any way we can sort of consolidate, that will be helpful. And a reminder that the record will remain open after this public hearing. So if you do not have a chance to speak, or you can't wait through all of the testimony before your turn, you can still submit that testimony. And Councilor Syret, do you have a comment?
Yeah, Mayor, just given the length of time we'll be here this evening, and maybe we don't want to take another break so folks can continue to give testimony, I think folks should understand if a city councilor turns off their cameras for a couple of minutes in order to take a quick break. Thank you.
Right. Yes, we may. Thank you. Thank you. All right. With that, let's see. City Manager, would you like to introduce the topic?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, the Eugene City Council is holding a public hearing to consider the Middle Housing Code amendments. The proposed amendments to the Land Use Code and Metro Plan were unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission in January and are intended to implement Oregon House Bill 2001 with specific changes for Eugene's specific set of the code amendments in response to public feedback and engagement. The amendments would allow middle housing in more places across the city in order to increase housing choice and supply for the community. Council held a work session on this topic last week on April 11th. Tonight is a public hearing only, and deliberations are scheduled for May 11th, 18th, and 23rd. Record materials will be provided to the City Council, and a paper copy will be available in your offices. Testimony will continue to be collected and provided to the City Council in batches. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So reminder, testimony presented at this public hearing should be directed toward the applicable approval criteria or other criteria that the speaker believes apply to the decision. The applicable approval criteria for this proposed land use code amendment and Metro Plan amendment are from Eugene Code sections 9.7735 and 9.8065, which generally state the proposed land use code amendment and proposed Metro Plan amendment must be consistent with applicable statewide planning goals as adopted by the Land Conservation and Development Commission. The proposed land use code amendment must be consistent with applicable provisions of the comprehensive plan and applicable adopted refinement plans. In the case of establishment of a special area zone, the proposed land use code amendment must be consistent with EC 9.3020 criteria for establishment of an S special area zone. The proposed Metro Plan amendment must not make the Metro Plan internally inconsistent, and if the Envision Eugene Plan also applies, the proposed Metro Plan amendment is consistent with the Envision Eugene Plan. Speakers will be called in the order in which their hands are raised. At the beginning of your testimony, please state your name clearly and for Eugene residents, your ward if known. If you would like to receive future notices about the proposed land use code and metro plan amendments, please also provide your mailing address. And again, you will have 2 minutes to speak. And I have 2 counselors raising hands with comments. So Counselor Syrett and Counselor Clark? No, just Counselor Clark. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say really quickly that I admire the work that the staff did in the public process in advance of this and the Planning Commission. We have 125 people ready to speak tonight. I've been a counselor for 16 years. I've never seen this many people show up to want to talk about a subject before. So we obviously underestimated the public comment and public interaction process that was required for this particular thing. And I just want to say, I hope we think about this differently next time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, let's see. I think everybody knows the rules here. You have 2 minutes to speak. Yellow light indicates that you have 15 seconds. Red light is the end of your time. And I now open the public hearing, and I will turn it over to our moderator to call on the first speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. So our first speaker is going to be Ken Beeson from the Planning Commission, followed by Dan Isaacson from the Planning Commission.
Mayor Venus and councilors, my name is Ken Beeson. I live in Ward 2, serve as the chair of the Planning Commission. I've been directly involved in development of the Middle Housing Code amendments. The commission has authorized me to speak on their behalf. I'm here tonight to request your support of the commission's recommendations on middle housing and those particular amendments that exceed the state's minimum requirements. They're related to lot size, building height, off-street parking, lot coverage, and detached plexes. They are intended to enable development of smaller, more affordable, transit-oriented middle housing. It's clear that housing supply and affordability in Eugene is a substantial problem. House Bill 2001 gives us help in addressing this issue, and by exceeding the minimum requirements of the new law, we can encourage and incentivize middle housing, thereby enable additional affordable housing. I think as council, you have considerable support for going beyond the minimum standards. You have clear supporting testimony from various local residents, housing activists, and business people. You have recommendations from our formal public involvement process to encourage and incentivize middle housing. You have the unanimous support of the Planning Commission, and you have current and approved city plans, including the comprehensive plan, climate action plan, transportation plan, and the recently approved housing implementation pipeline. I believe all of these plans align with and support development of smaller, affordable middle housing. Your approval of the Planning Commission recommendations will enable development of middle housing that can serve a broad range of people and incomes. And it will also be responsive to our community as we work to address our housing and climate crises. I recommend council approval of the Middle Housing Code amendments, including the encourage and incentivize provisions. Our entire community will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Next is Dan Isaacson, followed by Mike McFarlane.
Good evening. My name is Dan Isaacson. I'm the Vice Chair of the Eugene Planning Commissioners, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Commission. You have before you the culmination of 18 months of work by city staff and the Planning Commission that is fair, reasonable, and incorporates a diverse expertise. It is the most pro-racial justice, affordable housing policy in Eugene's history. You have the results from the Equity Roundtable, the Healthy Democracy Panel, boards, commissions, local partners, and the general public. It has been vetted by the most robust public engagement process in our council's history, and all agree with the need to take decisive, bold leadership on this issue. As a planning commissioner, I read every email sent to us leading up to our own public comment hearing in November. It was concerning that the voices that we heard came primarily from the same source in the same part of town. But during a public hearing, when the whole city turned out, the voices were highly supportive of the recommendations placed before you. We owe it to our friends, our neighbors, and the residents of Eugene to have an honest discussion about the housing in our city, free from fear and misinformation. It is the most pressing matter before us. Bold action cannot wait, and our children's future hangs in the balance. Housing instability is corrosive in many ways. One simple example is how it impacts our neighborhoods and our schools, causing both attendance and graduation rates to fall. As we take up the torch of equity and sustainability, we cannot overlook our obligations to make changes. And as always, change invites both pushback and fear from those who have enjoyed the benefits of a system that now seeks to include others. Eugene wanted local control of this process, and we did the work to assert that. My fellow planning commissioners and the public and many people truly burdened and vulnerable during the pandemic did that work. Because council asked for a more representative and equitable engagement, staff engaged with individuals, including those who are opposed to the recommendation from the beginning of the process, including those who have voiced their opposition and served as a representative on both the steering committee and as a panelist on the Healthy Democracy panel. With every new proposal our city has put forward to grow and to be more inclusive, there have been voices of opposition and fear. We heard the same arguments against the approval of ADUs, the South Willamette Special Area Plan, and as a result, slowed the process of building public-private partnerships, co-housing, and smart growth through endless appeals that almost always have lost, but exacerbate our housing crisis. Back in 2013, fear and disinformation took center stage at a rally against the expansion of mother-in-law apartments, so aging families could stay together. In op-eds, it was suggested that the adoption and others like it would lead to, quote, 5-story canyons looming over our neighborhoods. It's been 10 years. I don't see any 5-story canyons. With every expansion of the opportunities afforded to some, granted to the new, we hear the same arguments, the same fear, the same people benefiting from both. Please take time to ask yourself why that is, and continue to show us all what bold leadership looks like for the future of our city. I encourage you all to adopt the Middle Housing Draft Code.
Thank you, Dan. Next is Mike McFarlane, followed by Ted Koopman.
Hello, my name is Mike McFarlane. I am a resident of Ward 4, and I currently serve on the Eugene Sustainability Commission as chair of the Urban Canopy Committee. Although I'm speaking to you today as an individual capacity, I'm going to take the opportunity to preview the work that our Urban Canopy Committee is doing around the proposed HB 2001 code amendments, and to inform council that a formal recommendation for specific actions will be forthcoming at your next meeting. While the committee supports the spirit of these code amendments, our focus is on the unintended consequences they will have on our urban canopy. Increasing our building density will result in less area to plant trees, and there's really no way around this. If we truly are serious about addressing climate change, we need these unintended consequences deserve a place in this conversation. We've looked at the data. Our current canopy coverage is 22%. Our CAP 2.0 2030 goal is 30%. We are currently losing 1% a year of our urban canopy. So we're headed in the wrong direction today, even without this code change. It should be noted that our state law requires that the very same tree preservation codes that are used for middle housing are the same as single family housing. Since we're bound to use the same tree code, this code is clearly not serving us, it seems logical progression to examine the tree code itself. After considering the informed testimony tonight, and thank you everyone for showing up and speaking, and combining it with our own research and outreach, our recommendation to council may include the following things. It may not. We're not quite ready.
Thank you, Mike. Your time has concluded. Next is Ted Koopman, followed by Ralph McDonald.
I'm Ted Koopman and speak on behalf of Jefferson Westside Neighbors Executive Board. We are in Ward 1. What should be an informed discussion on the technical merits of how to implement HB 2001 is turned so dangerously hyperbolic that we call on the mayor and city council to speak out against hateful and divisive rhetoric. It is one thing to charge people as being misinformed. It is something else to call people racist for being white, a homeowner, and argue in favor of a more moderate approach. While some invective was directed at management and staff over the process, it pales in comparison. Unfortunately, this echoes previous personal attacks that seek to silence people and reduce a critical technical discussion into a false dichotomy of for or against more density. Advocates of a more moderate approach are not against more density. We are not opposed to duplexes, triplexes, or fourplexes or cottage clusters. We are for all those things. However, after careful analysis, we determined taking such an extreme approach is not prudent because we lack the required data to determine the most effective strategies. HB 2003 requires an updated housing capacity analysis by December 2026 and an adopted housing production strategy based on that analysis by December 2027. Absent those data, adopting anything more than what the state requires for HB 2001 is dangerously premature. There is significant public concern about the proposed changes, not just a few dozen, but over 1,100 citizens. This clearly indicates that public outreach failed, and we need to spend more time debating the specifics of the plan. Certainly, there are some people who believe that neighbors should not have a meaningful say in land use as we are too self-interested to make the right choices. Further, the charge that over 1,100 people who expressed concerns, plus the Neighborhood Leaders Council and a half dozen neighborhood boards, are either misinformed or evil racist homeowners ignores the substantive conversations we should be having. We need respectful, detailed discussions on how we increase our housing inventory while maintaining quality of life, ensuring that the burden of denser development is equitably shared across all neighborhoods, that we preserve naturally occurring affordable housing, create opportunities for generational wealth building via homeownership, and protect our urban trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Next is Ralph McDonald, followed by Nancy Meyer.
Thank you, councilors and mayor. I'm Sheena, co-chair, Ralph McDonald from Ward 2, Betty Taylor's ward, now honorably served by Matt Keating, Councilor Matt Keating. Last week on April 10th, the Sheena board unanimously approved the following resolution, slightly abbreviated for time, whereas the Oregon legislature HB 2001 requires Eugene to modify city zoning requirements to accommodate more density of housing, minimum lot size, building height, and potentially other city zoning changes that potentially impact green space and tree canopy within the city. And whereas the Eugene Climate Recovery Ordinance and Climate Action Plan 2.0 calls for a reduction of fossil fuel usage and calls for an increase in citywide tree canopy, and CAP 2.0 notes that this percentage instead has been declining in recent years. Therefore, the Southwest Hills Neighborhood Association hereby resolves that any future zoning changes in the city enacted under HB 2001 or other plans to increase available housing be enacted with provisions to protect existing large, healthy trees. I noted also that we called for electrical vehicle charging and solar access protection for residents in our resolution, which full text is what you have. Portland lost 823 acres of neighborhood tree canopy in the last 5 years. A Mount Tabor amount of trees every single year, the Portland Tribune reported this week. Eugene neighborhoods are disparaged for using trees to fight housing. Instead, council should not continue sacrificing our trees to expensive housing gentrification. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Next is Nancy Meyer, followed by Katie D. Hall.
Thank you. Nancy Meyer, Ward 3, speaking on behalf of SUNA as a co-chair. In a recent RG opinion piece, and before suggesting dramatically increasing density, Portland architect Andrew Blum began with, and I quote here, "I cherish my memories of Eugene and the neighborhoods that shaped me. I often reminisce on the tree-lined streets, abundant parks, and eclectic houses," end quote. So how do we balance a growing community that will welcome a diversity of new residents without destroying much of what the larger Eugene community means to many who live here? There's no question we need more homes which are more accessible for renters and affordable for buyers. House Bill 2001 has already made it possible to build duplexes and diverse buildings on single-family lots and multiplexes on larger lots. Density will double. However, Eugene planners' proposals go well beyond this state law. For example, Proposals for residential neighborhoods would allow lot coverage to increase from 50 to 75% on much smaller lots. They would increase building height from 2 stories to 3, 5 feet from property lines, along with a reduction of on-site parking for multiplexes. Few of these new buildings will rent as affordable, especially in university proximate neighborhoods. Mr. Blum appreciates the eclectic houses. Odds are that these older, more affordable homes will be getting second looks from developers. SUNA is one of the most dense neighborhoods in town. Over half of our community is rental. We understand House Bill 2001 is the law and that there will be an increasing number of duplexes. However, there is no serious way one can argue that these additional city measures, such as 3-story multiplexes scattered around any neighborhood, won't have a profound impact on tree canopy, solar access.
Thank you, Nancy. Your time has concluded. Next is Katie Hall, followed by Bandana Sresa, AARP Oregon.
I'm Katie Hall. I'm a property owner of a duplex in Ward 2. It was the purchase of this duplex that allowed me, a single mother at the time, to break into the housing market. I was able to utilize the rental income from the other half to increase my qualifying income. I feel blessed by this opportunity, but it was a serendipitous moment that I happened to find a duplex available in the Southeast neighborhood and near my son's schools. It was after a year of searching and offers on 9 homes that I was able to purchase my duplex. I would like others to have similar opportunities. However, as you are aware through all of your work on this topic, that these types of housing options are limited in our community. In addition to a duplex owner, I am also a leader of a local business. We have experienced the loss of excellent employees due to the rising housing costs and the opportunity to afford more in states east of Oregon. We are finding it challenging to recruit new employees to the area due to these costs. We need housing that can help support the variety of workforce we have in this community. More opportunities for scalable development with non-traditional options can be built and made available with the help of the zoning changes recommended by the Planning Commission. We have spent 2 years on an inclusive process to inform a custom middle housing code for Eugene. You requested a thorough public engagement process to hear from the greater community. Please follow through with the process that you helped set in place by adopting the Planning Commission recommendation for middle housing and make it effective immediately. Our community needs housing, many different types of housing, and we need action from our policymakers. This is but a slice of the larger housing strategies needed to help make this area more affordable to its community. Thank you, and I appreciate your service.
Thank you, Katie. Next is Bandana Sresa, followed by Karin Nedson.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Vinis and City Councilors. My name is Bandana Sresa. I'm the State Director for AARP Oregon. I thank you for this opportunity to speak today about implementation of missing middle housing in Eugene. I also thank the city for its robust, inclusive community engagement process. As the speaker before me said, we've been part of that discussion throughout. AARP has about 500,000 members in our state and 50,000 in Lane County, 60% of whom live in Eugene. And as the leading voice for people 50 plus, AARP's work on housing equity started decades ago. Actually, our founder, Ethel Percy Andrus, got galvanized to start our organization because she found a colleague, a retired teacher, living in a chicken coop. And sadly, the situation today is not much different. According to AARP's analysis of the 2021 census data, there were 1,600 evictions and 3,500 people who experienced homelessness among Oregonians 55 and over, and it's going to be worse this coming year, this year rather, with 5,000 people expected to be experiencing evictions and 4,500 older residents projected to experience homelessness. Oregon's housing crisis calls for a variety of solutions, and creating opportunity for missing middle is an important solution. We pay so much for housing in our communities, and older adults are especially impacted, especially in a housing constraint market like Eugene, where people have a hard time finding and keeping affordable, stable housing. And this is not just for the people who are lower income or older adults of color and those who rent. Even people who are able to afford more and may just be looking to find a smaller unit in their community are going to be having a hard time finding a home that meets their current needs. The reality is that the
Thank you, Bandana. Your time has concluded. Next is Karen Knudsen, followed by Representative Julie Fahey.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Karen Knudsen in Ward 3 in Eugene. I'm a Fairmount neighbor and also the founding director of Better Housing Together. And I'm here tonight to strongly support the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation for middle housing. Better Housing Together is a multi-sector community-led organization. We're an independent nonprofit and the backbone of a 50-partner collective impact effort, working collaboratively to increase housing affordability, diversity, and supply. We have supported middle housing since 2017 in our earliest community conversations about the potential of this kind of work, and our message has been consistent for these 5 years. That message is that our community needs help. We need your help. We need help. And we are ready to support this recommendation. It is up to us to take the responsible, necessary steps that help to address our housing crisis. And that includes supporting a middle housing recommendation that incentivizes affordable housing, small housing, and transit-oriented housing. And yes, absolutely, we can become greener as we provide more housing options that are needed in our community. Absolutely, we can do that. Eugene faces one of the worst housing crises in the nation by many metrics, worst per capita homelessness in the nation, 50% of our community fully struggling to meet their basic needs, rental vacancy of 1.5%, the worst in the West, median housing prices now double what median households can afford. These are not the problems that we can solve by doing the least possible. These are problems that require thoughtful, informed action, and that is the recommendation before you. You have broad community support in this work and not just from the people in this room. Your process has been called the most robust and inclusive in the state and leading to the most pro-affordable housing and racial justice zoning reform in Eugene's history. It should come as no surprise to you that a more diverse engagement process would lead to a recommendation that supports more diverse needs within our community. Thank you for supporting this work.
Thank you, Karen. Next is Representative Julie Fahey, followed by Jerry Menuhan.
Good evening. My name is Julie Fahey, and I represent West Eugene and Junction City in the state legislature, and I live in Ward 8. And I'm here to urge the City Council to adopt the robust middle housing code recommended by the Planning Commission, which is an important step towards addressing our housing crisis. So many of you have heard me talk before about the policy here and about how middle housing helped my husband and I achieve the American dream of homeownership as a young couple. But what I actually want to focus my 2 minutes on tonight is on the innovative approach that the city took to public engagement during this process. Partnering with the nonprofit Healthy Democracy, the city recruited a panel of 29 Eugenians who represent the experiences and demographics of our growing city. That panel spent 2 months learning about planning and land use, and they put together recommendations and feedback to inform the code amendments. I had the pleasure of presenting to that group in late 2020, and it was honestly one of the most inspiring things that I have ever done as an elected official. They asked smart questions, they represented perspectives that would not have been captured by a typical community engagement process. And that panel was only part of the 18-month-long engagement process that included 37 stakeholder meetings, an equity roundtable, and a robust public survey. I applaud the city for truly going above and beyond to run an equitable and inclusive community engagement process, one that makes sure that we are hearing from people in a variety of different housing situations, including those community members who are bearing the brunt of high costs. I have been singing the praises of that outreach process far and wide to state and national audiences. So truly, I just wanted to take a minute to say kudos to you and thank you for running that process. And I urge you to support the Planning Commission's recommendations.
Thank you, Representative Fahey. Next is Jerry Menuhan, followed by Sherry Schaefers.
Thanks, Naya. You're doing a great job. Good evening, Mayor Vinis, City Councilors, City Manager, City Planning staff. 2 minutes is not enough. Thanks, Mike Clark, for your comments at the beginning, and thanks to Nathan in the previous public hearing for his process check. Your citizens deserve more, and I would encourage you to establish a separate public hearing for this topic. 2 minutes is unfair. I'm taking this time to request that you implement only the minimum requirements under HB 2001. I have a lot to say on this, and like I said, 2 minutes isn't enough. But I sent you an email, and I hope you read it. I'm gonna skip to a few choice bits here. Basically, in addition to wanting more time to reconsider extreme aspects of the city staff's proposed code, such as 3-story buildings, zero parking allotment, and no protections for trees, I would like the city to consider ways to make the implementation more equitable across the city, thus sharing the negative consequences of upzoning across the city and not allowing the density to be concentrated only in certain lucky neighborhoods like mine, 29th and Mill. It is my belief that the most negative consequences of any implementation of HB 2001 affecting quality of life will disproportionately avoid the most wealthy in this city. It's easy to call me living in a neighborhood already dense with ADUs, I have one in my backyard, and duplexes with older houses ripe for demolition, a NIMBY, when you're living in a neighborhood with a CCR preventing middle housing or a HOA, or in the newer, larger, or wealthier homes on the outskirts of town, which ironically have had a disproportionately negative impact on the availability of space, often pushing right up against the urban boundary. Let's take some time as a community to figure out how to incentivize folks living south of 30th and Spring and the hills of southwest of McLean and the North Eugene developments between Old Coburg Road and Crescent Avenue and all those wealthy protected areas of the city before greenlighting this in areas like mine. Thanks for your time, and I hope we have more time to talk.
Thank you, Jerry. Next is Sherry Schaefers, followed by Eric Lundberg.
Okay, good evening. My name is Sherry Schaefers and my address is in Ward 7. I appreciate the work council is doing to provide housing options for individuals across the spectrum. Middle housing is among the options needed to address availability and affordability. I join many others in asking you to support Eugene's Middle Housing Code. Public input was solicited for 2 years and the solutions put forward are in response to that feedback. It's time to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendations. Thank you. I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Sherry. Next is Eric Lundberg, followed by Onward Eugene.
Thank you, Mayor Venus and councilors. My name is Eric Lundberg. My wife and I are natives of Eugene and live in Ward 2 under Matt Keating. We are big supporters of smaller scale housing, having developed Amazon cottages in Southeast Eugene in the past decade. And we have a median home size of 832 square feet, no small feat. We are generally supportive of the Planning Commission's recommendations for the enhanced code amendments to HB 2001, in particular, the reduction of minimum lot size for smaller homes and any and all incentives to build smaller, more affordable units in Eugene. This will help promote affordable housing both for purchase and as rentals. It will reduce the carbon footprint of the typical new home considerably, and it will reduce the amount of building materials used and the associated waste generated from new construction. But cost is absolutely key here. If incentives provided by the city are not sufficient to encourage building smaller units, builders will continue to build larger, more profitable, more expensive homes. Our biggest concern, if we have one, with the proposed amendments to HB 2001 is allowing 3-story buildings in residential neighborhoods. Not certain if state law requires allowing 3-story units, but if so, again, incentivizing smaller homes will go a long way to maintaining livability and quality of life in our fair town. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric. Next is Onward Eugene, followed by Charles C. Kaler. Onward Eugene, please state your full name and ward if known.
Thank you so much. Thank you, City Councilors, Mayor Venus, Naya, for a wonderful evening, and for the over 100 other people who have come on tonight to speak the benefits of a shared Zoom account. My name is Samantha Roberts. I'm with the Eugene Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm going to keep my comments really short and sweet tonight. You have a lot of folks here to speak. I just want to make it really clear. We really hope that you will support the full recommendations from the Planning Commission because of the benefit that it brings our community. The recommendations from this commission that you have in front of you represent a product of much negotiation and compromise. It is the compromise that you all want and need as counselors, and you all should be at an ending point, not a starting point, for more negotiations, which were closely accounted for in the process to date. You all have worked so hard. Our community has worked so hard, staff have worked so hard, and we're so close to finally building more housing in Eugene that we desperately, desperately need. Already commented on very eloquently by other speakers. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and good luck.
Thank you, Samantha. Next is Charles C. Kaler, followed by Susan Connolly.
Good evening. I'm Charles C. Kaler, President of the League of Women Voters of Lane County. House Bill 2001, which was passed in 2019 to stem the rising cost of homes by making available housing types which have been in short supply. The Planning Commission and staff have exhaustively worked with citizens to craft the code that meets the needs and wants of Eugene citizens within the requirements of the bill. Compact homes are in demand. Small homes are cheaper to heat and cool and easier to maintain. Small homes are more sustainable and ecologically sound. Property owners will be allowed to build within this zoning, not required. Missing middle homes help fulfill Oregon's wish to prevent sprawl into our treasured forest and farmlands. The League of Women Voters of Lane County supports the city's adoption of the code as submitted by the Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Chelsea. Next is Susan Connolly, followed by Alan Hancock.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Susan Connolly. I've lived in Eugene for 43 years now. In 32 of those years, I've lived and owned property in downtown Eugene. I love our city and I love our downtown. The city staff has proposed a code that goes far beyond the requirements of House Bill 2001. There's time to slow down. There's time to take a look at it. There's time to make this one right. All of this talk about great public involvement, you know, I read 2 newspapers a day, and I just recently learned about this. So I'm not quite sure who they were involving, but I know it wasn't me. If you want to see what some of this housing would do to our downtown areas, take a look at 15th and Lincoln, not 15th and Lincoln, 15th and Olive Street. There's a monster building there that is southeast corner that is has almost no setback at all. It is 3 stories high. It takes up 2 former lots where 2 small houses used to be. And it has 4 apartments, each having 4 bedrooms. Each bedroom rents for $800 a month. That is not affordable housing. Proponents keep saying affordable. This is not affordable. That whole place is filled with single adults that go to U of O, because I went over there and checked it out. So the building heights are too high. The lot coverage is horrible at 75%. We won't have any trees. Matter of fact, the house I just referred to has 1 scraggly tree and is covered with AstroTurf. The setbacks are horrible. I can't imagine living next door to one. Now, I'm a liberal and I support infill. I really do. But this, what most people think of as infill, is a little granny flat in the backyard. Go to 15th and Olive and look at the monstrosity that was built there. And think about whether you would like to live next door to that. The people that are pushing most of this don't live downtown.
Thank you, Susan. Your time has concluded. Next is Alan Hancock, followed by Travis Mills.
Hi, this is Alan Hancock, and I live in Ward 3. I've been serving on the city's active transportation committee for about 9 years. And so at the recent council work session, I noticed that some councilors had expressed concern about the elimination of the parking mandate for some housing, especially in the area near transit lines. And Eugene isn't the first city to consider reducing parking minimums. Other cities have been doing this for a long time and have acted similar ordinances many years ago. And now there's a lot of data available showing that what happens when parking minimums are reduced. And the research clearly shows that by reducing parking minimums, it results in lower automobile use and lower housing costs. Just to quote a couple of studies that are readily available, and I will send you links. The Transport Policy Institute last year determining that the parking typically represents 10 to 20% of the cost of housing. So that certainly adds to the cost, the burden of housing costs. And then the National Transportation Research Board found in their study that an increase in parking from 0.1 to 0.5 parking spaces per resident, now it's not per house, but per resident, is associated with an increase in automobile share of roughly 30%. So I really urge council to adopt the reduced parking mandates so that you're maintaining the consistency with the transportation system plan that you adopted, the climate action plan that you adopted, and council's attempt to address the high cost of housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Next is Travis Mills, followed by Hillary Kittleson.
Good evening, guys. My name is Travis Mills. I'm a senior project manager with Hayden Homes. We are a regional home builder that has been building in the city of Eugene for over 20 years. Our business model is to bring homes to market that the area median income wage earners can afford, which is becoming almost an impossible task. I'm here asking the council to vote in support of the Planning Commission recommendations in full, including the ability to construct detached duplex units. Your support will improve the lack of affordability and availability of housing in Eugene, which currently is undermining our workforce and local businesses, encourage smaller homes to be constructed, resulting in increased affordability, create different types of housing to be built, allowing for increased inclusivity and diversity throughout the city. Detached units will result in providing flexibility on odd-shaped lots, those that have severe slopes, and for backyards that are large enough to accommodate additional dwellings while keeping the integrity of the primary home and curb appeal intact. We appreciate your support for providing housing for smaller households, working families, aging households, and non-traditional families. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Next is Hillary Kittleson, followed by Pam Woodell.
Mayor Venus and members of the City Council, I'm Hillary Kittleson, live in Ward 7. In February, 11 of us wrote the council with our testimony and posed 4 questions, which I'd like to highlight now. First, what is the compelling reason for not adopting the state requirements that minimum lot sizes for middle housing be no smaller than those for single family? Why not keep the minimum and use the reduction incentives from that minimum? We want to say at the outset that we support both HB 2001 and the city's goal of incentivizing smaller, more affordable units. Second, what is the rationale allowing significantly greater coverage on middle housing lots than on single family lots? Wouldn't the opposite direction be better? A small lot that houses 4 families might need more open space than one housing a single family. Where do children play, for example? Third, is the council considering how to ensure that the utility infrastructure will be able to handle the increased density? We know that most of our sewer pipes are 8 inches in diameter or less. Will this size accommodate the density? And if so, how will the costs be allocated? And finally, what have you considered the potential impact of short-term rentals, which is likely to happen with the increased opportunities for building middle housing? And the city of Bend has included some language in its code amendments that limit the number of short-term rentals to 1 unit per duplex, triplex, or quad. So finally, we want to re-emphasize our support for HB 2001 and the goal of more affordable housing for Eugene. And we thank you for all your work to achieve this goal.
Thank you, Hillary. Next is Pam Woodell, followed by Carmel Perez Snyder.
Hi, I don't see the timer, but I'll do my best.
My name is Pam Waddell and I live in Ward 2. I ask the council to please adopt the middle housing code that does not exceed what is mandated by the state, which in and of itself is already a very big change and has already caused a rise in land prices. We aren't paying attention to land price dynamics when we're talking about the economy of this. There is no evidence that the Eugene Planning Commission's plan will cause greater affordability, and there is evidence that it will become more expensive. It's about the land. There is no good reason not to start with the basic compliance and then proceed further when the evidence and the community supports it. I do support infill, by the way. I am not a NIMBY. Starting with the minimum compliance and then moving forward, which I hope we do, it is a very sensible choice. The staff plan will double again the density mandated by the state, raising even further the land prices. We need to make sure we are not making it too easy for market rate developers to demolish our current stock of still useful affordable housing. This could make things worse, like homelessness. We should reserve the additional incentives exclusively, the additional incentives that go beyond what the state has mandated. We need to reserve them exclusively for permanent affordable housing, which will reduce the competition with market force builders and lower the cost for our most needed housing. And by the way, I do want to mention, so I have a few seconds left, there is a movement starting in California. They introduced social housing into the California legislature, and Seattle is also has an initiative going too. We need to be buying land. We don't need to be making land more expensive, because the city, the county, the state, nonprofits, whatever, need to be purchasing land to use as social housing. We need more community land trusts. And if we're making the land more expensive, we're blowing it. Thanks. Thanks for your work. And I'm not a NIMBY.
Thank you, Pam. Next is Carmel Perez Snyder, followed by Emily Fox. Carmel, go ahead. Oh, and I'm sorry, please excuse the technical difficulties we're having with the timer. It'll be back up online soon. I am timing on my phone. Carmel, go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Carmel Perez Snyder, and I'm Associate State Director for AARP Oregon, but I'm also a resident of Eugene, and I live in Ward 8. Housing is a priority for AARP. As the leading voice for people 50 and older, AARP has a 60-plus year history of advocacy on issues impacting older Americans. We support the proposal from Eugene Planning Commission. It is the best solution you have before you. It creates options to move some of these projects toward affordability. It represents years of public input and thousands of staff hours of work. We are at a historic moment for housing in Eugene, and we urge you to take the step forward to create more workforce housing to ensure seniors have housing choices and create a path for more housing and housing affordability in Eugene. As AARP continues to talk about housing in Eugene, we've heard really heartbreaking stories from the nurse who attended an AARP event before COVID and shared that she lived in her car because she could not find affordable housing. She did not qualify for low income or subsidized housing that many think of when we say affordable. She needed workforce housing. Our local AARP volunteers who rent often share that what keeps them up at night is worrying about rent hikes, because one rent hike could put them out of their home. A young family with 4 children shared that they are living in a 2-bedroom apartment. He is a principal at a local school and she is a teacher's aide. They cannot find a house they can afford to buy, and larger apartments are not available. Oregon's housing crisis, Eugene's housing crisis, impacts everyone. We urge you to take this step and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmel. Next is Emily Fox, followed by LHVC co-chair.
There you go. I support the minimal standards and not what the city is proposing. Please do not listen to those who marginalize those who do not support the city proposed amendments and say that you should not listen to us. How sad that a public servant should have talked about other Eugene citizens this way tonight. I agree with many people like Mike McFarland, especially about the tree canopy, and think that Eugene should be progressive and just keep the lot size at 50% so that we can have shade trees. For climate change, we need it to lower the temperature. It would be great if the city would say every lot needs a shade tree. This would be forward thinking. Height, building, please keep it at 30 feet plus 7, 2 stories. My understanding is that solar access is mainly for southern exposure. Sunlight from the west also needs to be protected for gardeners. And I would like to, I'm concerned about short-term rentals. I support density. I think we need it. We need housing. But what about if it all goes, or half of it goes to short-term rentals? Already our housing stock is being depleted by this. Tearing down older houses and building new houses will definitely increase rents because the new houses will just cost more, even smaller houses. And this could lead to gentrification. And no disrespect, Mayor, I heard you say at the work session that this is not going to happen quickly. But in a place like Ballard, Seattle, it did happen quickly. They tore down, a lot of houses were torn down, and quickly the whole dynamics in the city changed. So I'm concerned about that. On-site parking, I think we need it. We need it for electric cars.
Thank you, Emily. Your time has concluded. Next is LHVC co-chair, followed by Tim Morris. And LHVC co-chair, please state your full name and ward if known.
I'm Tom Bruno. I'm speaking as Tom Bruno and not as a Laurel Hill Valley co-chair. I do live in Ward 3. HB 2001 proposal lacks any predictive analysis. I can specifically address transportation algorithms, parking, fire responses, infrastructure, stormwater, sewage, electrification, water pressure, etc. HB 2003 requires an updated housing capacity analysis by December 2026. The city must also adopt production strategy outlining specific strategies to address housing needs identified in the housing capacity analysis by 2017 or 2027. Eugene must have an analysis of the types of affordable housing needed by low-income households and production strategy to meet the need. And you've got to put some numbers, 250,000, 300,000, 400,000, because if you don't have an exact number, you don't know what you're building to. Absent the data, in the light of the need to develop a plan to meet those goals, specifically in HB 2003, adopting any more than what is required by the state requirement seems premature. So my bottom line to all this is adopt the minimum standards and let's do it right. If we have to do 3D printing, that's fine. If we have to do all duplexes, that's fine. But right now you don't have the data to figure out what you're trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tim Morris, followed by Barbara Braden.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. For the record, my name is Timothy Morris, and I live in Ward 1. I'm coming before you today as the Executive Director of the Springfield Eugene Tenant Association to share with you why our Board of Directors has unanimously voted to support the Eugene Planning Commission recommendations. CETA runs the only free tenant-specific hotline in our area, and we share those reports with you every month. And every single day, we hear the fallout and consequences of Oregon's lack of affordable and accessible housing. Renters in our community receive the brunt end of our housing crisis. Wildly unaffordable rental units, economically being trapped in a home because it is impossible to afford to leave, and near certain homelessness if you're evicted. In a city with a disproportionately high homeless population and a serious lack of housing options, the Eugene Planning Commission implementation is a common sense solution. The public process of this initiative was sound, far-reaching, and truly something to be proud of. Renters were a part of the public process and our voices were heard. We need affordable housing, a diversity in housing sizes, and additional housing near transit lines. The Planning Commission recommendations does just that. With rising housing costs, stagnating wages, and housing development projections looking really rough, Eugene must step up and do our part to foster affordable and accessible housing. And tonight you'll hear from several different perspectives, but the perspective from CETA is that renters are disproportionately on the side of have-nots. We know what it's like to stretch our last dollar to the last penny. We know what it's like living with no options and few paths to housing affordability, or affordable housing home ownership. And many renters in my generation and generations after mine know the fear of being priced out of the city that we love. Let's be clear, if we do not accept these changes by June 30th of 2022, we are forced to accept the state model, which is in all facets worse for the city of Eugene. And I did some quick math with the last 10 seconds here. Out of 22 medium-sized city and 36 large cities that are required to adopt House Bill 2001, currently only 5 have accepted the model code. It's embarrassing if we do as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and we encourage a yes vote.
Thank you, Timothy. Next is Barbara Braden, followed by Jose Melendez.
Hello, Barbara Braden, speaking from Ward 6. 3 middle housing issues have not been fairly addressed. Number 1, the process has been inaccurately called broad and robust. The participation rate by your own numbers was not great. 820 surveyed or participating, less than 0.5% of our population. And this includes a mere 11 Spanish-speaking survey respondents. You reached out, but not enough. 2, smaller lot setbacks and a lack of parking jeopardize safety as well as livability. We don't all have sidewalks. The model code allows 0 to 1 required parking spaces for multiplexes. Under this plan, we'll see more front lot gravel strips crammed with cars. We see this already, 8 to 12 cars supplanting front lots in multifamily residences. Smaller lot sizes, less than 10-foot setbacks, and cars parallel parked along streets without sidewalks. Transit riders walking to a bus stop and school children to school are squeezed into traffic lanes. At night, pedestrians face the dual hazard of poorly lit streets without safe walkways and shoulders. 3, narrow setbacks for multiplexes further reduce tree canopy in city hotspots. The model code with less than 10-foot setbacks means little or no frontage greenery and certainly no street front trees. The 2021 heat wave killed scores of trees. Hot areas became hotter. Trees line our main thoroughfares, but side streets are barren. City street equity requires green space, and I do mean space, around all residences. Middle housing impacts where and how we all live. The code should promote equitable livability and a green Eugene. This is not a time to dig in or dismiss opposition. It is time to compromise, to amend the model plan to optimize quality of life for all Eugene.
Thank you, Barbara. Next is Jose Melendez, followed by Paul Conti.
Good evening. I live in Ward 8 and was a member of the Middle Housing Review Panel. The panel was initially approved by the Planning Commission as a new way to engage residents, aimed to expand who it traditionally heard from. Most of you celebrated this back in August of 2020 because you said you value new ways to engage residents. Indeed, I was impressed with the number of resources that the city had made available to run the panel. Back then, it was evidence that the city valued the work it wanted the panelists to do. For us panelists, it required that we meet for 15 meetings over 6 months beginning in the fall of 2020. The panelists' work was divided into 3 phases: education and learning of the topic, deliberation amongst panelists on how we understood the problem, and what our guiding principles should be to the city planners as they drafted the new zoning codes. Finally, we reviewed and voted on each of the draft codes the city had come up with using our guiding principles. It was clear that no one on the panel, including myself, was an expert on housing policy. That was okay, since this process was not meant for experts, but for the average resident who was not your usual suspect at council meetings and yet needed to be consulted on a policy change. While on the panel, I came to learn about the various socioeconomic backgrounds of members, ranging from high school age to senior citizens of various educational levels, and included renters and owners. We were also representative of the racial ethnic diversity of Eugene, different abilities, English fluency, and sexual orientations. Across these differences, we collaboratively learned, listened, reflected, and problem solved for the purpose of helping alleviate a housing problem that requires bold and visionary action. I was heartened to see all panelists make sense of our tasks in small groups, or even when one of our elderly participants shared how she was going through chemo treatment while participating. Yeah, there she was. There we were showing up and doing the hard work that we had been selected to do. Our hard work was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. I asked Council to also adopt the outcome of the work that began 2 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Next is Paul Conti, followed by Carolyn Jacobs.
My name is Paul Conti. I live in Ward 1, and my comments are directed particularly to Councilors Keating and Groves, who I perceive as still wondering whether the outcome of the staff's proposed free market-based code amendments would improve or worsen housing affordability for Eugene's 7,000 or more lower income households that are housing cost burdened. Really, this is the essence of it. Because the proposed amendments contain no affordability requirements and no renter protections, and they don't even have what seems like people think is that we're going to have unicorns in hopping around in the middle housing developments. There are a couple of easily determined answers to two very simple questions that's going to settle the issue. Is this free market approach going to make things better, or is it going to make things worse? That's really the question. Okay, so the first question, take two vacant R1 lots in Eugene, one 4,500 square feet, the other 9,000 square feet. Otherwise, both lots being similarly located in one of the flat, close-in, older neighborhoods without any physical impediments to development. What are the current market values of these two lots? And what are the estimated market values of those two lots if all of the staff proposed deregulations are adopted? That comparison, in turn, is going to tell you what's going to really happen. It's going to tell you what the investor market is going to do when they respond. The second question, where is there an example of the outcome that has resulted after a city comparable to Eugene has taken the same steps, particularly with the housing market, and has upzoned its single family areas in a comparable free market-based manner? That's going to either provide hard evidence of the outcome or it's not. And if it's not, then you're going to be doing one big crapshoot with this gamble of the staff proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next is Carolyn Jacobs, followed by Lisa Fregala.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I don't know why, if you can see, why you can't see me, but that's all right. Okay. Something is very wrong. Staff and lobbyists have been crying wolf for years now about our housing crisis. But it's wrong to expect us to believe those cries when they've shown no willingness to write a code proposal with simple language that would prevent the use of any middle housing unit as a vacation rental. Eugene needs planning staff, commissioners, and counselors dedicated to working for the benefit of this community rather than for investment companies and vacation housing management companies. Upzoning our neighborhoods with the most extreme deregulation imaginable under the guise of House Bill 2001 and not requiring that all new housing be available to meet the needs of local residents is neither defensible nor acceptable. Eugene cannot afford any housing to be taken out of the already tight market. allowing housing units to sit empty or be occasionally filled with out-of-town vacationers when our residents face the extreme difficult challenge of being able to find housing that matches their income levels speaks poorly of what we stand for as a community. It also sets us apart from the position taken by many other communities. Eugene absolutely needs more housing, and especially at the lower end of the income spread. I urge you to check the alternative code proposal, where you'll see how this kind of intentional zoning can be incorporated into code, putting Eugene in compliance with House Bill 2001 without threatening us with the loss of currently affordable housing or that which we expect to see built in the future. Please insist now that middle housing code prohibits the use of all new middle housing units as short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. So next was Lisa Fregala, followed by Lawrence Siskind. And it looks like Lisa may have dropped off the meeting. So we're gonna go to Lawrence Siskind, followed by 350 Eugene, and Lisa, I will come back to you. Lawrence, please unmute. Lawrence, you can begin. So it looks like he might be having some audio difficulties. So I will move on to 350 Eugene. And Lawrence, I will come back to you as well. Okay, so we're going to do 350. Oh, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Patty Hine. I live in the county. I call all of you my city councilors. I organize with 350 Eugene, a local grassroots climate justice organization. We understand that housing policy is also climate policy. Housing is our first defense when climate impacts are felt from unpredictable weather events, storms, smoke from fires, and droughts. It's where we live and take shelter if we have a home. How we build our communities hugely impacts how the energy is used and what is expended with greenhouse gases. We can and we must achieve greater efficiency in our residential buildings. And one way to do that is to build smaller, diverse, and infill homes that require fewer furnishings and resources to maintain and operate. Home size is almost the most important determinant of environmental impact and is far more influential than those green construction certifications. Everyone has made very good points tonight. It's been a heartfelt set of testimony. The work has been done already to incentivize affordable housing, smaller housing, transit-oriented housing. Your Planning Commission's recommendations align with the city's long-range housing production and climate action planning. Let's move forward and adopt the Planning Commission's recommendations and make them effective immediately. Middle housing helps people and the climate.
Thank you. Next is going to be Lisa, followed by Lawrence, followed by Eliza Kaczynski.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Fragala. I'm speaking as a private citizen of Ward 1, where our power has just gone out. So thanks for putting me back in the queue. I'm speaking in support of Eugene's Middle Housing Draft Code. I'm not speaking on behalf of any board or commission I serve on. The Eugene Middle Housing Draft Code effectively implements state law while also considering local needs for housing, diversity, and affordability. It is informed by diverse community input, and is aligned with important city goals such as climate-friendly housing. It is our best plan moving forward. One of many successes in the public input process was the Healthy Democracy Panel. The composition of this panel was based on Eugene's elementary school demographics. Why is this important? Because we're planning for the future of our community, and you have a significant role in that. The city can adopt planning policy that encourages housing availability for young families, the stability of our local economy, and the retention of a local workforce. Together, we can envision community with inclusive neighborhoods that have diverse housing types and remove regulatory barriers to economically diverse neighborhoods. Our community can encourage the design of housing and neighborhoods that help to decrease both energy consumption and CO2 emissions. Housing policy is climate policy. I'm asking you to choose the path forward that considers our community's future and that of the next generation, essentially to be good ancestors. Please adopt the City of Eugene's middle housing recommendations. Thank you very much for your service to our community.
Thank you, Lisa. Next is Lawrence, followed by Eliza Kaczynski. So Lawrence, we are unable to hear you. I'm going to recommend that you log out and log back in and raise your hand, and I'll get you back in the queue. Because it looks like you're unmuted, but we are unable to hear you. And it looks like Eliza also is no longer on the call. So I'm going to go to Michelle Corlett. Michelle, please unmute.
Hi, here I am. I want to say first that how profoundly insulted I am by the setup of this meeting, by having there been two passionately held issues and stacking them up like this. I think it speaks to, well, I keep hearing the council and the Planning Commission congratulate itself on how robust the input has been. In my experience, that's not true. I've been following this for years as a citizen. I sign up for every notification about every meeting. I go to everything that I can. Generally, what people say is, would you like to have more housing options in Eugene? Of course. Do you wish that there was more housing for lower income people? Of course. No one ever says, how about having 4 buildings as high as utility poles, 5 feet from the borderline between your houses on the lot next door? Nobody ever puts it in those kind of terms. I don't think we have been informed. These building projects that are proposed through this are not going to make affordable housing. If that was true, then New York City, San Francisco, Portland, Chicago would be the cheapest places to live in the world, but they just get stacked in high and jelly tight, and the prices just keep going up. When we have buildings like that in Eugene currently, the rents start at $2,500 and go up from there. If you look at the plan for density increase along the Willamette River, they're going to have houses that are 3 or possibly 4 stories high, and they'll have perpetual river views. But it will change the relationship of Eugene to the riverfront forever. This is a change so profound that it deserves full discussion. There's no reason that we can't implement 2001 and then wait for full information. I understand there is a move by community leaders to have a referendum or something on this. I think that's what should happen. There is not this rush to do this.
Thank you, Michelle. Your time has concluded. Next is Lawrence Siskind, followed by Dylan Lamar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
City planners appear to recommend trashing 50 years of Eugene's land use planning for residential growth and development. the city planner's staff proposal to amend the Eugene Springfield Metropolitan Plan reads, a maximum residential density established by a refinement plan policy may not be applied to the development of duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, cottage clusters, or townhouses. This is not at all required by HB 2001. It will ignore Eugene's refinement plan policies for sensible lot sizes, number of dwellings per lot coverage, dwelling sizes, and most other standards for lots and residential development. This amendment was not presented to the public during the Planning Commission process, and no city residents have been notified of this significant change in policy. Not only would this amendment cancel critical Envision Eugene policies, but also would cancel multiple Eugene growth management policies adopted by the City Council. The amendment is in direct conflict with Oregon's statewide planning goals. Why can't the City Council instead adopt the neighborhood leader's alternative proposal? It provides a simple, effective way for the city to conform with the requirements of HB 2001. It is based on the DLCD model code, and it has been reviewed by the DLCD staff and the city attorney, neither of whom documented any items that would not conform to the new state law. With this simple solution, citizen concerns can be addressed about a lack of broad public engagement and a rush to adopt extreme and unnecessary code amendments that many Eugene citizens believe would be harmful to residents and neighborhoods. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lawrence. Next is Dylan Lamar, followed by Jean Gunner. Dylan, please unmute.
Thank you. Evening, councilors. My name is Dylan Lamar. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I'm the architect and developer of the C Street Co-op, which we developed in Springfield last year. Probably the most affordable homeownership opportunities created statewide last year. Our development team published an op-ed in the current edition of the Eugene Weekly I hope you'll check out. The C Street Co-op is a demonstration that middle housing can deliver the deeply affordable homeownership that our city needs. But as we open up development to market developers for middle housing, we need strong incentives to deliver the smaller affordable housing units that we need, that our community desperately needs. This advisory panel that informed the Planning Commission recommendations was democratically representative, included young people, people of color, people who are rarely empowered to make their voices heard, and yet the people who desperately need this housing. Thwarting the Planning Commission's incentives would be a vote for continued housing exclusion, a vote for less housing, and more larger luxury homes. Please step forward with the leadership that our community needs, support the housing our community needs, more smaller and affordable homes. Doing this code state minimum would not serve our community. We should be going further to support affordable homeownership opportunities for everyone in our community, and that is exactly what the Planning Commission's recommendations move us in the direction of. We should go further. We should be talking about going further, not doing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Next is Jean Gunner, followed by Jeremy Starr.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Jean Gunner. I live in Ward 2. I'm very concerned that Eugene's implementation of House Bill 2001 actually result in increased affordable housing rather than higher end multiplexes that will displace current lower rent dwellings. And so I'm asking that the City Council approve the state model of the bill. And then in 3 to 5 years, assess the impact of new construction on lower income families, and then decide whether to stay the course or move to the council's proposal to expand the building size unallowed on small lots. The same process should apply to the council's proposed incentive of freeing certain developers from including parking space in new buildings. Excuse me, give the city and its residents time to assess the impact on city streets by limiting the number of projects that are offered this incentive. Only then decide whether or not to offer more incentives if traffic and space over time have not been negatively affected. You can comply with the state model, assess the impacts, and then do what's best for all of your constituents. What you can't do is to undo any damage that comes from too many high-density projects that do not address our affordable housing needs. And you can't undo any damage that comes from creating traffic and parking problems in all areas of our city. So start with the state model, assess the results, then let residents decide if moving on with the council's current model is what's best for Eugene. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Next is Jeremy Starr, followed by Matts White.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Jeremy Starr, and I strongly support the Planning Commission recommendations. Local wages are increasing, but at nowhere near the speed of home prices and rent. The median household can afford a home price of $225,000 to $250,000. The median home price in Eugene in January 2022 was $450,000. That's a $200,000 spread between the median household, what they can afford, and what the median pricing is. Housing prices have increased almost 20% last year and have doubled in the last 10 years. The unaffordability and the unavailability of housing within the Eugene undermines the stability and retention of our workforce. Many mid-income families are now commuting into Eugene. Eco Northwest studied the potential impact of the middle housing code on housing prices in 2021. As part of the Planning Commission's technical analysis, they found that sharing the cost of land and incentivizing smaller units help with affordability. Eco Northwest found that smaller lot sizes, greater allowable height, greater lot coverage, and allowing detached units could all positively influence the price of middle housing. Incentivizing small housing, 900 square feet or smaller, was found to be the best way to positively influence broad affordability with new market rate production, which was a primary objective guiding this work. This is the opportunity for the City Council to move our community forward, and the Planning Commission recommendations are reasonable and livable, and I urge you to do so. Thank you for your work and for allowing me the time to speak with you tonight.
Thank you, Jeremy. So Debbie McGee is actually going to be next. We had some people drop off the call, so it'll be Debbie McGee followed by Jesse Springer.
Good evening. My name is Deborah McGee. I live in Peaceful Valley, about 9 miles out of Eugene. While I have been well housed on the same rural 5 acres for 35 years, my youngest daughter was homeless off and on for a few years in Eugene. Due to finances, young people frequently have to live in group situations in close proximity. If a person has any disabilities or emotional issues, it results in being evicted, thrown out repeatedly. Even working at 2 jobs, she couldn't afford any place to live on her own salary that she was able to earn. Due to a death in the family and a gift of resources, we were able to house my child. She is more fortunate than many of the families that I worked with in Councilor Evans' district when I was the school counselor at Malabon Elementary, which is near Highway 99. Highway 99 is a area with great poverty. There are rundown, high-cost hotel rooms that keep families trapped from ever being able to save enough money to rent a home. I did home visits. I saw living conditions so unsafe, sometimes I had to report it. I worked with children too traumatized by the stress of their living conditions to learn to read or write. I saw firsthand the need for affordable housing stability for families in our community. I bought my 5 acres with a 400 square foot cabin for $55,000 in 1996. The new reality is the land next door with an older mobile home just sold for $500,000. How are our children and their families ever going to be able to afford to live here? Only if we have more middle housing will they be able to live here. And speaking of climate change, we can't even imagine the code changes, the new alternative, practical, simpler ways of living we're going to have to embrace as we go over the 1.5 degree threshold and head for 2 degrees of heating. Housing, like healthcare, is a human right. Please do the right thing, change the codes. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Next is Carrie Parsons, followed by Stephanie Koopman.
Hi, my name is Kari Parsons, and I live in Ward 3 within the South University neighborhood.
Before I make my 2 points, I think it's important to say that in my neighborhood, I am for compatible infill. In fact, we are hoping to build an ADU on our property in my neighborhood. So I think this is important to say outright, given the ease with which critiques of the Planning Commission's recommendations are so easily dismissed as NIMBY. So first, in my neighborhood near the University of Oregon, we have a unique housing market. It draws investors looking to bolster their portfolios with easy money, market rate student rentals. And the proposed deregulation is already starting to intensify those market conditions as we get offers from out of state investors. Can these market forces be tempered to our communal benefit? I certainly hope we will try. In addition to adopting the alternative code proposal supported by over 1,000 residents, you can prohibit short-term rentals in new middle housing. You can restrict the demolition of existing affordable housing. You can reduce development charges for new Plex middle housing sold as condos. We can retain our vibrant neighborhoods and incentivize smaller housing types without completely relinquishing our agency over our city's character. Second, there's a lot of talk about quote unquote near to transit. In that near to transit in the proposed code means you can cover more of the lot, build 3 stories, eliminate on-site parking, etc. That sounds great until you realize that a quarter mile from transit is deep into the heart of many, many Eugene residential neighborhoods where residents would be pretty surprised to hear that they are quote unquote near to transit. Indeed, that covers half of my neighborhood. A quarter mile rule as written is a blunt instrument that ignores the existing land uses and allows considerable bulk to be built alongside existing 1- and 2-story houses, duplexes, and cottage clusters. I ask that you please adopt the alternative code, which provides ample incentive for middle housing without highly incompatible infill and further handing over the controls to our city to disinterested investors. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Kari. Next is Jim Ledikin, and I apologize that our list is a little out of order. There was a power outage in South Eugene, so people have dropped off and are trying to get back on, and some have just left the meeting. So I apologize if I say. We have Jim Ledikin, followed by Matt Purvis. Jim, please unmute.
Hi. I'm against the proposed amendments to the 2001 law. I think they're foolish. I think they will not accomplish the desired effects. And the main reason is they're a little bit too extreme and they're going to happen too fast. They will cause unbridled development. I think we can look at Portland and we can look at Seattle as good examples of that. Let's try 2001 first, vote the amendments down, and then we can modify later to change. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Jim. Next is Matt Purvis, followed by Joanne Shatola. Matt, please unmute.
Thank you. I think I'm coming through.
Yes, you are.
Okay. First, a couple of house cleaning comments, if I may. Councilor Clark's earlier comments about the volume of participation tonight, I think reflects the fact that this robust outreach was maybe focused in some areas and was excluding other areas of participation. Two, I'm glad that the timer is back. Then also, I want to comment that Commissioner, I think it was Donaldson's comments at the beginning, I was really taken aback by what seemed to be obscured but personalized attacks on citizen involvement in this process. And I think maybe he didn't intend this, but I think that goes to why participation has been skewed in this. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, I would urge the council to only adopt those amendments necessary to conform with HB 2001. Staff's additional code amendments are only going to harm low-income residents. These code amendments are going to drive land values even more rapidly through the roof. I am already getting, and we're on West Broadway in Ward 1, I am getting frequent solicitations from property developers on the West Coast for this piece of land, which is a big parcel on West Eugene. This is not because they love my house. This is because they see the economic potential of this discussion for what this property can bring. And we can increase density here and are happy to do that, but let's not destroy the neighborhood in doing it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Matt. Next is Joanne Shatola, followed by Sabra.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Joanne, Ward 5. Super excited about adding housing to our community. However, before the pandemic, we built something in the city of Eugene. It started out as affordable housing that quickly became unaffordable as the city made it difficult and expensive. SDC fees, water runoff constraint, covered bike and garbage areas, added firewalls for existing buildings were just some of the extra expenses. During the build, an inspector would demand something only to have the next inspector tell us the demands were wrong and I could back charge the city, which I never did. We also had the firewall plans designed to the city specs, only to have the city change their mind, and we had additional costs to redesign. Fast forward to now with high costs of supplies. I'm concerned this affordable middle housing will be more expensive than planned. We will have to charge higher rents to make the projects affordable. So I respectfully ask that you help us on the front end, minimize the demands, the SDC fees, the permit fees that will add the cost to the projects. I also ask the city planners, inspectors help move the projects along and not make it difficult and confusing. I'm not a builder, I have a day job, and we are venturing into new territory. We would appreciate help with this project by city staff, or at least not hindrance. My previous building project, we felt that because we were small, we were bothering the city. And I think that you guys want to encourage small builders. So they offered no help in finding solutions to the obstacles the city kept presenting to us. We appreciate this opportunity and we're looking forward to the project. It's a small contribution to our housing crisis, and it probably won't be the best investment, but I do hope you consider incentives that will make this more affordable for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Next is Sabra, followed by Janice Gotchel. Sabra, please unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Sabra Marcroft. I reside in Ward 1. I also support the proposed amendments that the Planning Commission has recommended. And I want to say that all of the concerns that people have brought that oppose these changes or oppose them in part are really valid and worth looking at independently of whether the council chooses to pass these proposed amendments. There are a lot of things that contribute to livability that can be included while still going ahead with what we've spent so much time working on. There's a concept called the unwanted gaze that speaks to visual and auditory privacy along with other issues that actually impact the climate change livability and a bunch of other factors. Things that we can do to improve the quality of life and the ease with which neighborhoods can change. It's super important that we not bulldoze those whose views are currently in contest right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabra. Next is Janice Gotchel, followed by Lynn Porter.
Hello, Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm Janice Gotchel. I live in the Jefferson West Side neighborhood, and Councilor Semple is my, I'm in her ward, I guess I would say. I want to echo a couple of other comments that were made earlier, but particularly by Michelle Corlett, that this process here tonight is more of an endurance test than a true public forum. It's really unfortunate that two topics such as this got put together on a single night. You've lost a lot of people. I understand from other comments that some of the counselors don't read all of the emails that are sent in, specifically sent by specific people. So it doesn't really offer us an option if you're not going to allow us sufficient time at a public hearing to make these comments. I'd also like to address comments made by Mayor Venice and Councilors Surratt and Ye at your April 11th public meeting, where you disparage comments made, by regular commenters. I guess that is bothersome and annoying to you. However, I'm guilty of it. I actually do engage in my community and in my neighborhood, and I frequently send in comments, and I am sorry that that is a problem for some of you. I think that what we've heard tonight is the people who believe that this was a robust public process are the ones who participated in it. But those many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in the community that know nothing about it don't really feel it was that robust of a process. And I would encourage you to just simply adopt the minimal code requirements for now. And
Thank you, Janice. Your time has concluded. Next is Lynn Porter, followed by Karen Backman. Lynn, please unmute.
Okay, start over. Yeah, I've heard a lot of really irrelevant stuff tonight. Folks, this isn't about trees. It's about housing, which working class renters in Eugene urgently need. I just want to hit one point. Housing opponents have claimed that the proposed upzoning will do nothing to require affordable housing. What the Planning Commission has been telling the City Council is that state law prevents them from requiring new housing to be affordable, but the proposed upzoning code will incentivize affordable housing. It will do this by many different ways, allowing increased building heights, not requiring parking under some circumstances. All this will reduce the cost of putting these buildings up and make them possible for a lot more small builders to do. There is research to show that building more market rate apartments will eventually bring down rents due to the law of supply and demand. But in the short term, below market rate housing will have to be subsidized and built by nonprofits as it is now. Horizontal development is bad. Vertical development is good. It's time for Eugene to grow up. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Next is Karen Backman, followed by Dennis Hebert.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. I don't think I can hear you. I have a number of concerns. I want to echo several of the people that have spoken. I am in favor of increased density. Absolutely. I would love to have the lot across my house, from my house, developed with cottages. That would be fantastic. However, it seems far more likely to me that it'll be developed with 3-story triplexes, if that's allowed, because although increased supply does ease the demand and thus reduce the market forces, in theory, that reduces costs, but it's a correlation. It's not a causal correlation. It doesn't guarantee either increased affordable housing or reduced housing costs. When we rely for for-profit entities, we have to bear in mind the fact that their primary focus is monetary gain. It's not community service. They do not care about me. They care about themselves. And I want trees. I want smaller lots. I want increased density. What I don't want is I don't want a 3-story quadruplex across from my current home because.
Thank you, Karen. Your time has concluded. Next is Dennis Hebert, followed by Jill Baxter.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Hebert, and I live in Ward 2, Councilor Matt Keating. I would like to read you an excerpt from a transcript of testimony taken March 18th, 2019 at the Oregon State Capitol in Salem concerning House Bill 2001. I quote, "For the record, my name is Jennifer Yee. I am a Eugene City Councilor, and my testimony is on behalf of the City of Eugene. The City of Eugene opposes both the enrolled version of House Bill 2001 and the -10 amendments and respectfully request a no-pass recommendation. The City Council held a work session on HB 2001 earlier this month, and while we understand there is a housing crisis, we do not believe HB 2001 is the vehicle to address our statewide housing issues." End of quote. So, if the City Council and the City of Eugene was against House Bill 2001 then, why are they now in favor of making more stringent regulations that go beyond what is in HB 2001? Among Lane County legislators, Representative Wilde voted no as a direct result of hearing concerns from many of his Eugene citizen constituents. Also voting no on HB 2001 were Lane County legislators Representative Nancy Nathanson, Representative Paul Hovey, and Senator Floyd Przansky. So it seems like they did some good outreach and they heard from their constituents and they voted no. So I'm hoping that the City Council heeds the first, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Next is Jill Baxter, followed by Sadie Mae Palmatier. Jill, please unmute.
How's that?
That's great.
Okay, my name is Jill Baxter from Ward 3. I want to thank you all for your endurance and stamina. It's really impressive, I must say. I support HB 2001. However, I really question the city's extra code amendments that will result in greater deregulation without any affordability requirements or protections for lower income renters. That just doesn't work. One has to ask who will really benefit from the proposed extra code amendments. In addition, unlike an earlier speaker, I feel that the tree canopy is really important to the quality of life in Eugene. We are the tree city. The proposed increase in lot coverage from 50% to 75% will threaten our critical urban tree canopy. For one example, in the 4 blocks near my home, which is a neighborhood with half rental properties, there are presently 172 trees. I counted them. Of these 172 trees, 134 trees are in front and backyards, and 38 trees are in the strip next to the sidewalk. I fear that many, if not all, of the 134 trees in yards could be removed to build 3-story duplexes on the smaller 2,250 square foot lots that the city proposals would allow. Building large duplexes on 75% rather than 50% of these highly rentable lots would wipe out up to 78% of the trees in this area, in the 4 blocks I was counting. The proposed changes by the city compromise the tree canopy and parking congestion, which is already a significant challenge in South Eugene. Additionally, city proposals which would allow 3-story duplexes would threaten privacy, solar access, neighborhood compatibility, and infrastructure. Please, please consider how.
Thank you, Jill. Your time has concluded. Next is Sadie Mae Palmatier, followed by Eliza Kaczynski.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Planning Commission recommendation with its incentives for affordable and climate responsive homes. I want to acknowledge that misinformation has been circling around this community, leading to many false conclusions about the significance about these zoning amendments. But more importantly, I want to acknowledge that the public engagement process the city undertook for HB 2001 was the most inclusive and diverse in the city's history. What the public participants and the Planning Commission delivered was a clear and well-crafted recommendation to create more housing choice for all types of Eugene residents, young and old. Please listen to the diverse voices who contributed to this planning process and hear their message loud and clear, that middle housing is wanted and needed in this community. As a master's student in community and regional planning program at the University of Oregon, I know that the housing need in this state far outpaces production. Adopting the middle housing recommendations has the potential to increase affordable housing outcomes while being compatible with the vibrant characteristics of Eugene's existing neighborhoods. It is not the final step that the city should take on ensuring housing affordability and availability, but it is the first and it is the right step to take now. Please help make Eugene a place where young people like me can make a life and contribute to this community well into the future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Sadie. Next is Eliza, followed by M1MAC.
Good evening. My name is Eliza Kaczynski and I live in Ward 1. When I read zoning code, I don't just see technical regulations. I see a clear articulation of our values as a community. I know not everyone sees what I see when reading code. So I figured I'd share what I see when I read the middle housing code recommended to you by the Planning Commission. In this code, I see a clear and artful translation of the shared priorities and visions articulated by our community and by this council into zoning regulation. This is particularly impressive given the narrow parameters within which we are working. This is not Portland's code, not Albany's code, not a half-heartedly tweaked version of state templates. This is Eugene's code. Eugene has been saying we want compact urban development as opposed to sprawl for decades. This is the first code package I've seen that really moves the needle on that. This is code that says, we know we have to do things differently to mitigate the coming catastrophes of climate change, and we have the will to do that. This is code that says, we know that people in our community have different needs and different resources, and we welcome those differences into our neighborhoods. This is code that has a sense of creativity and heart, that created some of the things that we love most about Eugene, caused Eugene to be seen as an innovative leader. I've rarely seen that in our zoning lately. It is refreshing to see it now. I could quibble with a thing here or there, but nobody gets everything they want and nothing is perfect. And that is part of Eugene too. When House Bill 2001 passed, many on council expressed their dismay at the prospect of having cookie cutter code being applied to Eugene. So kudos to all who worked on this for creating a package that clearly reflects Eugene and I strongly urge you to pass the Planning Commission's recommendation for Eugene's middle housing code amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Eliza. Next is M1 MAC, followed by Miaya. M1 MAC, please state your full name and ward if known.
Yes, hi. My name is Wynn Swafford. I live in Ward 2. I haven't been following the process closely, so I fear you may have heard this already, but please hear again that even those of us active in our neighborhood associations do not agree with the delay tactics of the so-called neighborhood leaders. They do not speak for all of us, though they have long used this cover to delay long overdue measures towards density and infill. It sounds like the city has followed a rigorous outreach process. I applaud good process and going beyond the legal minimum required by HB 2001. I hope the council will adopt the Planning Commission's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Wynn. Next is Miaya, followed by Lauren Hallett. Miaya, please unmute.
Oh, it's Maya. I live in Ward 7. You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Maya.
Yeah. Eugene has a history of making decisions and jumping into action before all of the information or agreements are in hand. Two examples, the Sears building, once located on the corner of 10th and Charlottesville, it was removed by the city before developers were contracted, leaving us with a giant unusable swimming pool across from the library. Second, the city, with great optimism, tore down the city hall before the citizens voted on the idea and the cost of the new courthouse that was to be built at the city hall lot. And now we have the city hall surface lot. Now we sit at yet another moment in time when the city will make a huge lasting decision that will impact all of us into the far future. I feel the health and vitality of our city sits at the brink of disaster with this crucial decision. I am not fighting the need for housing. I agree we need it. Yet the city's plan does not take into consideration the special beauty that makes Eugene, Eugene. I speak of the river, the trees, and the open green spaces, and these will not be protected. The city's plan does not protect old trees. It will not acknowledge all of the work that neighbors have created in neighborhood plans that desire to protect green places. And how about Willamette Greenway Amendment your city planners came up with to deal with goal 5 and 15? If you agree with that misguided attempt to create housing on the west side of the river so that it looks like the east side, you are insane. I understand the incentive to create needed housing, but I will never understand the city's willingness to destroy the essence of our city, to reduce green spaces, our shared public spaces, for the hope that affordable housing will be built. Creating unsightly holes or making lots can be eventually fixed, but nature, our environment.
Thank you, Maya. Your time has concluded. Next is Lauren Hallett, followed by Harry.
Hi, thanks for having us. My name is Lauren Hallett. I live in Ward 1 on West 27th Avenue, and I strongly support the Planning Commission's recommendations. I moved here 5 years ago, and the housing market seemed high at the time. Since then, I've watched it jump astronomically, and it deeply upsets me that the reason I am able to own a home in a walkable, desirable neighborhood, and my friends and incoming colleagues are not, is a matter of luck and the fact that I'm 5 years ahead of them. I'm watching new colleagues now who are lucky enough to have wealthy parents buy houses that are larger and more expensive than they want or need because that's all that's available in the closer neighborhoods, and everyone else being pushed into car-dependent neighborhoods with long commutes. And this is among the dual income professionals with high-paying jobs who still have hope for home ownership. My friends who are in healthcare, childcare, and other critical but lower-paying professions are struggling to find a house to even rent at all and remain a member of this community. We need more housing, we need smaller housing, and we need more affordable housing. This need is only growing. I am impressed by the inclusive, thorough process that went into the Planning Commission's recommendations. I am here at this meeting in part because the Planning Commission's process is exactly how I think these types of decisions should be made for our community, and I want to voice support and respect for their process. That process was representative, and its outcome created modest recommendations that are an important step in the right direction. Thank you for taking rapid action to support the Planning Commission's recommendations and for your time tonight.
Thank you, Lauren. Next is Harry, followed by Gabrielle Hayden.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Harry Sanger, former Cottage Grove Planning Commissioner and former ARCO Board Treasurer, here tonight as a neighbor from Eugene's River and Garden District. First, can we please stop dismissing ideas we disagree with as misinformation? Information has been circulating, raising concerns with this process, including the urban tree canopy, capacity of existing infrastructure, and rising land values we've already seen due to House Bill 2001. The concept of missing middle housing has been sold as an attractive, small-scale cottage clusters with a community feel, while the reality we may end up with are three-story behemoths nearly covering an entire lot, towering over neighbors. The high quality of life enjoyed in Eugene's single-family neighborhoods will only be available to those privileged enough to live in communities with existing CC&Rs restricting this de facto upzoning. I fear that even meeting the minimum requirements of House Bill 2001 traps us in Measure 49, as once land use change is made that allows more permissive development, it can never be rolled back without substantial cost. I don't think that we should be going down this road. I would like to see the city of Eugene put resources towards fighting this power grab by the state and retaining our own unique character. Removing local control from land use is a short-sighted political win that will forever change the landscape of urban Oregon, in my opinion, to the detriment of all Oregonians. While there is potential upside to some of House Bill 2001, many of these could have been incorporated as recommendations, leaving municipalities free to decide where and how they implemented increased density to fit each city's unique needs and capacities. I hope that I'm wrong about this being a misguided gift to developers, bringing in a brief financial benefit, but haphazardly increasing density while removing financial resources from our community. We do need more housing, but blanket upzoning all single-family zones into multifamily zones without safeguards to preserve livability may just give us 4 unaffordable McMansions on each lot instead of 1. Is this a cost you and your neighbors can live with? Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight.
Thank you, Harry. Next is Gabrielle Hayden, followed by Renee Kane.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to comment. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm so excited by the proposal put forward by the Planning Committee. It does a lot that's really important to make it more likely that small family wage and workforce housing actually gets built in this city. And I have to say, I'm really looking forward to the extra donut shop or coffee shop that's able to be built in a more walkable, slightly denser neighborhood. I know I really understand people's concerns about tree canopy. I care about it a lot, but I think that what you'll find as someone who loves our forests and who's terrified by the changes coming with climate change, that what we can do, just replacing 3 units on a block with denser middle housing can reduce that block's carbon footprint by up to 20%, according to research by the Sightline Institute. And I think in addition to the fact that I don't think that this will affect the tree canopy, I think we have to think about our forests that are burning. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Next is Renee Kane, followed by Kathy Ging.
Good evening. My name is Renee Kane and I live in Ward 1. I'm one of over 1,100 people who have signed a petition opposing the city staff's HB 2001 proposal before you. Most of those 1,100 people were unaware of the degree to which the proposal exceeds the bill and the model code, and more importantly, the potential drastic change to their neighborhood, their block, or next door. Mayor Vinis, respectfully, I am not one of 2 dozen who always show up. I am one of 1,100 who want to be heard. Now retired, I was originally hired as a land use liaison for Eugene's neighborhood associations and the community. Eugene's neighborhood organization recognition policy states, the city of Eugene encourages the formation of neighborhood organizations and their involvement in the local government decision-making process. And neighborhood organizations will be advisory to the city council, planning commission, and other city boards, commissions, and officials on matters affecting their neighborhoods. My work as a neighborhood planner from 2009 to 21 was almost exclusively with neighborhood associations. I also sat on the implementation team for HB 2001 code amendments. However, I was never once asked how best to engage neighborhoods in developing this proposal. In fact, the only tool geared toward neighborhood associations and other community groups was developed without my input. There was no training on the tool and no follow-up to see how it was working. How effective was it? I was told by planning staff that one neighborhood organization used it, resulting in one neighborhood response. What a failed opportunity. In contrast, the 2009 city-sponsored neighborhood survey resulted in 4,000 responses. 4,000, largely through the effort of volunteer neighborhood boards. Talk about engaging people, literally where they live, in their neighborhoods. Where would we be tonight if neighborhoods in the—
Thank you, Rainey. Your time has concluded. Next is Kathy Ging, followed by Mimi Stewart.
Kathy Ging. Most not only first-time homebuyers could be excluded more than now trying to qualify with 2 to a dozen buildings on a lot. Unlikely anticipated rental income can be used to qualify for a loan. Historically, buyer needs 2-year rental owner history before income stream projected can be included. We at an historical pivotal crossroads from which retreat may be impossible if short-sighted decisions made beyond state mandates. Plexes on 75% of single-family lots, 42 feet too high, 5 feet from property line, needs a redo. CBS 60 Minutes Sunday had dire warnings Kremlin preparing cyber attacks. Grids could go down. Distributed generation, roof and ground mounted home site neighborhood solar require public trust stewards now to make wise decisions protecting solar access, extending garden seasons and livability. Current plan could prevent cost-effective solar PVs. Batteries improving. Sunlight can power homes and charge EV batteries. Vital to protect right to light, enabling some energy self-reliance. Preserve space for ground or roof-mounted solar electric cells to displace or supply central energy. Stellar discoveries how Oregon can use sun for solar, thermal, and electric by UO profs and students decades ago look forward to this period now. This fulcrum point, which the renewable energy advocates anticipated since the 70s when solar cells were predicted to become more affordable with improved tech and incentives. Truncating the solar learning curve now would be tragic. Drastically increased building height also inhibits partial food self-reliance at a crucial time when food costs skyrocket and more reducing meat, choosing steak.
Thank you, Kathy. Your time has concluded. Next is Mimi Stewart, followed by
Thanks.
Mark Beach.
Thank you. My name is Mimi Stewart, and we've been living in Ward 1 part-time for the past 5 years. We are still residents of Seattle, and we're leaving Seattle. And the negative effects of upzoning there. Upzoning or middle housing combined with market forces only benefit developers. Since upzoning was passed a couple of years ago, we've seen many 3-story townhomes. We've seen 3 townhomes go onto one single family lot. Each townhome selling for $1 million. the smaller townhome selling for $890,000. These floor plans are, you have to be almost an athlete to climb those stairs. Add to the 3 stories a view rooftop deck, and that adds another $100,000 to the price. Middle housing has made Seattle real estate unaffordable, and homeless encampments have ballooned. That's all I have to say. Please, please consider Seattle, where we've tried it and it's not working. Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. Next is Mark Beach, followed by Mike Lewis.
Hello, good evening. Yeah, my name is Mark Beach. I'm in Ward 5, and I will keep this brief. I am against going farther than HB 2001. I think a lot of people have made some points that I don't need to repeat necessarily. One of my biggest concerns is that I would definitely like to see more low-income housing in my neighborhood and throughout Eugene. And I don't think that this bill or this legislation as it's written holds that to account and makes sure that that happens. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mark. Next is Mike Lewis, followed by Bill Aspegren.
I have 3 comments. I have been listening to these presentations today, and I hope the members of the City Council understand that the City Planning Department has a long track record of accomplishing its objectives. And for example, we now have a canyon of buildings, high-rises developing along Franklin Boulevard. I frequently drive over the Berry Street Bridge, and whereas we had open vistas and prior city planning was to maintain high-rises only in the downtown core, it now spreads on Franklin toward the university. If you drive on 19th Street, you're in a canyon of 5- and 6-story buildings that tower over adjacent existing single-family homes. The City Planning Department simply has a different vision of the city of Eugene. It was established years ago with the tree planting, the setbacks, the requirements that were abandoned, and the city planning, what they propose is simply not consistent with the image of Eugene I would like. Secondly, we had a prominent area builder say that they're in favor of these proposals. Why? Because that builder will buy 2, 3, or 4 single-family homes, tear them down, and consolidate to the maximum ability that will be provided for in the new proposal. And it's self-evident that that's what's going to happen. They've done it before. Third, the city adopted flag lots. And if you live in a neighborhood where people were allowed to build a house behind a house with a flag lot access, you'll see the difference of impact just of that one unit has on utility structure, canopy, and the general ambiance of a neighborhood. I would suggest that the minimum required by the state is the most we could do at this time. People say this is going to improve affordable housing. There's no evidence.
Thank you, Mike. Your time has concluded. Next is Bill Aspegren, followed by Kay Rose.
Hello, my name is Bill Aspegren. I'm in Ward 3. In the April 11th work session, there was a great deal of discussion about parking. The current Planning Commission recommendation for middle housing parking is totally unworkable, not just in my neighborhood, South Eugene or South University, but in many parts of the city. The solution is simple. Just like single-family homes, middle housing should be required to provide 1 off-street parking space per dwelling unit, no exceptions. This implies larger minimum lot sizes with less than 75% lot coverage. The alternative proposal, which neighborhood leaders presented to you, meets the requirements for House Bill 2001 and the Oregon administrative rules, solves the parking problems, promotes compatible infill, is clear and objective, is appeal-proof. The alternate proposal is supported by over 1,100 people that signed the Housing and Climate Justice petition. I ask that the City Council direct staff to immediately work with neighborhood leaders to prepare the alternate proposal for staff review at the May 11th, 2022 work session. The changes being proposed by the Planning Commission are the most consequential I have seen in the 15 years I have worked on land use issues. There is no mandate as part of House Bill 2001 or the Oregon administrative rules to go beyond the legislation. Eugene should proceed cautiously until a housing needs analysis and housing production strategy is completed as part of House Bill 2003. If you have not read the alternate proposal, do so. It is simple, short, with many illustrations. A copy and comparison can be found at the website housingfacts.org. I encourage you to go take a look at it and do not.
Thank you, Bill. Your time has concluded. Next is Kay Rose, followed by Sandy Sanders.
Hi, this is Kay. Sorry, it's getting late. My name is Kay Rose. I speak on behalf of myself and my husband. We are strongly not in favor of going beyond the minimum standards required by House Bill 2001. We've already seen in Eugene for the last 15 years that creating new large structures is not creating more affordable housing. We're in Ward 5 and we've seen such dramatic overdevelopment that's resulted in enormous new buildings, no setback, trees cut down, green space loss, more noise, dense, congested neighborhoods, parking nightmares. You know, I agree with the lady from Seattle. It is not going to do what you guys think. I'm also from out of state, originally returning to Oregon from California, and what you're trying to accomplish is going to make more land costs go high, and it's not going to create more affordable housing. I suggest the city consider only the mayor at this point and do more analysis. And I don't think existing homeowners should have to shoulder the burden of more lack of affordable housing. We ask the council reject these proposed additional amendments. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry it's getting late. I'm falling asleep. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Next is Sandy Sanders, followed by Thomas Newman. Sandy, please unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm another one of the 1,100 that are opposed to this plan. And we moved here from California in 2014 and into the city of Eugene in 2018 for the very reason that it's a very pastoral, low density environment where we can enjoy ourselves away from the high density environment we came from in the Bay Area. And number one, why are we still in Zoom meetings that are technically insane and alienating to people? Why are we not back in City Hall meeting in person where more common people would come? We would have 1,000 people there as opposed to like 10 of the commercial people that have shown up here that are in mass because they're going to make money on this deal. This is like a coup d'etat of developers trying to make money out of plans and policies that facilitate their profit taking. I came from the Bay Area where this kind of stuff went on crazy. Gentrification destroyed that entire Bay Area. We had to flee from it. Eugene is next on the level. And this is the idea that we're going to have lower rents and lower property values is insane. It is a national problem. The banksters destroyed this country, and it's up to all of you politicians to get together and put limits to wealth and poverty so we don't have these problems. But these housing policies will not solve anything. They will make things worse. I worked in San Mateo County planning for 22 years. When they have monster houses next to residents, people went insane. When people here find out you're going to have a 40-foot building next to your little house, they're going to go crazy. This is not right. You cannot just totally destroy the environment of a city to make money for developers. I'm telling you, this is going to be a big mistake, and you will all regret this terribly unless you go back. Don't go back.
Thank you, Sandy. Your time has concluded. Next is Thomas Newman, followed by Julie Hulme.
Thomas Newman, Ward 2. Please support the proposed middle housing ordinance by the Planning Commission. Eugene should be a leader in affordable middle housing density and show the rest of Oregon how to build affordable housing around a transportation system. Otherwise, what is the point of a multi-million-dollar EMX bus system? I heard one of you say that middle housing is a cookie cutter system. I'll tell you what is cookie cutter, is American suburban sprawl. Also, if we don't rein in urban sprawl, we risk losing valuable farmland and to suburban sprawl. And also, suburban sprawl results in less revenue in property tax and less money for the city for other things that the city may want to do. Suburban sprawl also requires longer sewer lines and water lines and electrical infrastructure when you have to build out farther. Eugene needs to worry less about parking space and more about access to bus service like EMX. Electric cars do not produce emissions, but they still use car-focused infrastructure in non-walkable city design and lead to increased traffic and wear and tear on city streets. I'd like you to consider all the months the Planning Commission has engaged in public engagement, including myself, a young person without a house, and understanding Eugene needs to go above and beyond and have and above the minimum proposed Senate Bill, House Bill 2001. Thank you for listening to my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Next is Julie Hulme, followed by Lark Wadsworth.
Good evening. My name is Julie Hulme, and I'm a resident in Ward 7. Thank you to our mayor and council, as well as to Naya, who's doing a wonderful job this evening. As a community, we have several complicated and interrelated issues before us, requiring creativity, collaboration, and communication to avoid unintended consequences with long-term impacts. For example, House Bill 2001 absolutely needs to be separated from the Willamette River Greenway Code Amendment proposals. Careful planning and discussion with explicit safeguards against greedy, shoddy development masquerading as missing middle housing is crucial to the well-being of our community. As someone who has lived in an ADU for the past 40 years, I can attest personally to its success, and I'd like others to experience that as well. We need context-sensitive design standards that maintain the unique characters of our neighborhoods with middle housing that is not only affordable, but has a clear pathway to ownership, to create opportunities for generational wealth, helping to remediate systemic inequalities, but also to build stability and resilience in our neighborhoods. In addition, we need to establish minimum standards for required tree canopy cover to prevent the creation of heat deserts in town, along with the conjunction of climate change. Trees, of course, create shade, oxygen, and also beauty. Finally, we have seen over the past 2 years of the pandemic the fragility of mental health. We have also learned that livable neighborhoods, parks, and open space, gardens and natural areas are vital factors in health, mental and physical, and for the well-being of.
Thank you, Julie. Your time has concluded. Next is Lark Wadsworth, followed by Sarai Johnson.
Hi, my name is Lark Wadsworth, and I live in downtown Eugene in Ward 1. I've been a homeowner here since 1992. Emily Simple is my counselor. I frankly am astonished to be doing this at 11 p.m. at night. I've never spoken before. I felt really compelled to do this, but it's kind of amazing that my opportunity to share my public opinion is under these circumstances. I want to speak in support of adopting the minimum standards of HB 2001. I support the infill and affordable housing especially. I do not support the middle housing recommendations of the Eugene Planning Commission. The commission's proposal, I feel, promotes too much deregulation, and there's not enough consideration of the potential downstream consequences of that deregulation. And like many others, I'm one of the 1,100 that signed that, that petition, and I only know about this issue because of my neighborhood association informing me about it. I don't have any recollection of being engaged by the city council on this issue. I feel that really I have significant concerns about the excessive upzoning that goes beyond the scope of HB 2001 and threatens to incentivize investors over homeowners or renters, and encourages demolitions of existing affordable housing and replacement by larger structures and more dwellings on smaller lots for profit of the investors, and without requiring that the resulting rental units actually be affordable for the people who will live in them. I think it would be magical thinking to rely on some kind of honor system to ensure.
Thank you, Lark. Your time has concluded. Next is Sarai Johnson, followed by Isaac Judd.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Sarai Johnson from Ward 5, testifying as a private citizen. I urge Council to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendations after an exhaustive process that was inclusive of many voices who have never been elevated to be proximal to power in this community. The code that is proposed will increase housing availability and affordability. Sticking with the minimum does not need to be who we are as a community, and it is not enough. Coming back to this later is not the right answer and should not be an option. The time to adopt this crucial change to City of Eugene's approach to housing code is now. People who already have housing and own housing should not dictate what other people who do not have that privilege can do or have or live in because they're aesthetically offended by infill and efficient land use. As our city council, you are not only responsible to people who already are close to the centers of power and typically have council's ear and who have long had an outsized amount of influence on city policy. And certainly this code will not result in a treeless Eugene, and it will not result in a loss of character of the entire community. It will support climate goals and support the desperate need for more housing for people of all incomes. Most importantly, this code will help Eugene move closer to making up for decades of chronic underbuilding, building enough housing for our new neighbors who have yet to move here, and building enough housing for people who currently don't have housing and live here already. City Council has the power to adopt this code that was developed in partnership with the many people who have not been heard in the past and those who have systematically been excluded from building generational wealth through home ownership and also through safe, affordable housing. I am proud to live in a city that welcomes existing and new neighbors with open arms, and one that embraces our current reality and the future as dearly as it honors its past, its trees, and its natural beauty. Thank you for being responsive and bold in response to an ever-shifting climate, economy, and housing market.
Thank you, Sarai. Next is Isaac Judd, followed by Terry.
Hi there. My name is Isaac Judd, and I live in Ward 5. I'm a real estate agent and a downtown business owner, and I strongly support the Planning Commission's recommendation for the Eugene's adoption of the code for missing middle housing. Our community is in a housing affordability crisis, and we have to make bold steps to ensure that there's diverse housing that meets our needs of our community. We've spent 2 years on the process of creating the right code for our community, and now is the time to act for the sake of those who may not have the privilege of spending an evening with you tonight. I appreciate the Neighborhoods Association input, but I remind you of the privilege that is on display when talking about tree coverage instead of embracing a welcoming neighborhood that includes neighbors of all incomes. We need action from this council, and we need your help in our community to move forward. Thank you for supporting these recommendations as written, and thank you for your service tonight.
Thank you, Isaac. Next is Terry, followed by Hope Vatcher.
Hi, I'm Terry Parker. I live in Ward 1. I'm speak on my own behalf this evening. Thank you all for hanging in there. I want to applaud the recommendations of the Planning Commission and others who've been engaged in this process for nearly 2 years now. And particularly the tenacity of those voices that come through the Healthy Democracy panel. I've learned a lot by sitting here tonight and listening to all of you. And it's actually changed my testimony a bit, so we all can learn and grow as we go along. As most of the actions that are in front of you, these code changes do not stand alone. They're not in isolation. Everything's connected. You all know this. And I'm urging the council to ensure that the short-term rental policy enhances and supports the promise of these proposed changes so that we truly get full-time rentals and or ownership of small houses or units. And I went online today to look at the rules related to short-term rentals in Eugene. And it sounds like, from what I read, the city council has directed staff to draft policy that will further regulate short-term rentals. And we need to be aware that those regulations are likely to change in the near future. So there's an opportunity to marry some of the things that you've heard tonight. One of the concerns you've heard tonight about short-term housing and short-term rentals by managing that in relationship to these enhanced code changes. I'm looking forward to the several pre-approved plans. I've been online and I think I'm only seeing one pre-approved plan. I love the fact that having plans that are well vetted, that have already been through a process and can reduce the initial cost, could really help housing owners like myself consider an ADU. For full disclosure, we have an ADU in our backyard, and it's a 600 square foot unit that over the 20 plus years we've had.
Thank you, Terry. Your time has concluded. Next is Hope Vatcher, followed by Neer Perlson.
Hello, this is Hope. I'm Counselor Keating's ward. I have a master's degree in community and regional planning from the University of Oregon. I've spent my time with my master's degree working for a nonprofit protecting farm and forest land in the county. I was unaware of the extent of the Planning Commission proposal until about a month ago. I knew the city was opposed to the proposal when it was before the legislature. And I knew that the bill was adopted, and I support the bill. I've done my due diligence. I've read the code proposal and I've read the draft findings, read the bill, been on this phone for several hours and listened to many people speak. I haven't found anything or heard anyone give any data about how many units this proposal is expected to result in. You can find information about how many units the city expects to need over the planning period. There's nothing about how many units this proposal is expected to result in. I support the DLCD model code, which is somewhat more extreme than the state mandate. But what the city is proposing is too extreme to go to just right out of the gate. The reason I support the DLCD proposal is because it's a middle ground. It gives us an opportunity to test the waters. So what's it going to be like to have a once single family lot bought up by a, let's say, Vacasa, a vacation rental corporation, that then converts has 3 or 4 multi-unit, multi-story housing units that are going to be reserved for rentals only. We don't know because nothing has been projected. We don't have any data that makes any projections whatsoever. So do something more reasonable, take time to get to the end.
Thank you, Hope. Your time has concluded. Next is Near Pearlson, followed by Lena HD, and we have about 22 more people left in the queue to speak.
Okay, I'm on.
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Good evening. I'm Near Pearlson. I'm a local architect and I'm a member of Ward 3. Dear Mayor, councilors, all of you, I'm here in support of the Planning Commission recommendations. You were all entrusted by all of us, the citizens of Eugene, to drive and our shared bus towards the future. The future is ahead of us. It is different than the present and certainly very different than the past. I loved raising my children in our home in South Eugene University, Asuna neighborhood, an eclectic, lovely neighborhood. However, I know that the future will be different and that my children, my children's generation will not be able to live and to purchase the type of housing that they were raised in. This is just how it is. There's nothing we can do about that. Change is not limited to the Arctic, to Florida and Texas. Change is coming and it's coming here, and we must adjust and we must prepare. A major element of how we will meet, navigate, and shape our future will center around how we address the housing crisis with all of its societal and environmental aspects. As part of our preparations for the future, we democratically selected our Planning Commission, and following a democratic, thorough, and inclusive process, the Commission has unanimously created a map that will help us guide and come towards the future. Some of our fellow citizens are really concerned about this, and it's very understandable, and they look towards the past, but the future is challenging, but it is coming, it's in front of us, and you are driving the bus, and we need to keep enforcing you to be able to keep your eyes fixed on the future and your hands on the helm. Thank you very much for your help, and thank you very much for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, Near. Next is Lena HD, followed by Michelle Emmons.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lena Houston Davison. I live in Ward 1, Emily Simple's ward, and I've been listening tonight, and I really appreciate everybody's comments and their passion and the people that have worked on this for a long time. A lot of people have a lot invested into this. Some of the comments I've heard, one of the things I've heard is some contention that kind of goes back and forth with the planning and the neighborhood associations. That's been a long time thing. I've heard it a number of times, and it's not helpful to dialogue and to listening. And one of the things that I have not heard anybody on here say that they're not in favor of infill or increased density. I think it's a matter of in my opinion, the city code's going too far, too fast, and there isn't enough evidence that it's going to be affordable. And that's really a concern. I want housing to be affordable. I want there to be housing that's going to be able to transfer home ownership. But I don't see that that's happening with this plan. There's no guarantees for that. I'm also very concerned about the environment and our climate resiliency. That's going to become critical. Food production could become critical. We need to save our farmlands. No one's talking about sprawling out into our farmlands. We need to do the density, and we need to do it in a way that's going to be manageable and work for the community. And protecting sunlight, I don't hear any protection of solar access, protection of the tree canopy. And is there any evidence of the impact for having 75% of a lot impermeable and what that does for our climate resiliency? I think there's more information needed, and I'd appreciate if the city council would take their time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Next is Charles Woodward, followed by Jamie Whitney.
Yes, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thanks for everybody staying up this late. I'm a local land use attorney. I represent developers and I represent citizens opposing development here in the local area. There's a lot of concerns that have been voiced tonight, and much of those concerns, unfortunately, are well-founded. There's lots of talk about how robust the process was to get to this point, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate those efforts. Unfortunately, it has not resulted in a model, in a proposed amendments that are very well crafted, in my opinion. To be quite honest, the places where the proposed amendments have exceeded the LCDC's model code has left this ripe for appeal. It is rife with errors going to ORS 197-296. There's a requirement for adopting findings having to do with density expectations. I was unable to find those in any of the materials available to the public. Moving further along, Eugene Code 9.8065 subsection 1 requires that the proposed amendments comply with the state land use goals. I invite you to look at those land use goals and the actual findings. They are quite insufficient, to say the least. I have provided written statements because 2 minutes is simply not enough to deal with this, as you're all well aware. I don't want to take any more of your time. I would counsel that there are lots of issues that simply have not been dealt with, and rushing into this is going to cause problems. I've seen it's not going to result in affordable housing. It's outside developers buying things up and quality of neighborhoods disintegrating. And that's if you make it through appeals. Anyway, thank you all. Please have a great evening.
Thank you, Charles. Next is Jamie Whitney, followed by Walter.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Whitney. Just to clarify my name, I live in Ward 3, I believe. I am speaking tonight to oppose the new code amendments that the city is promoting. I feel that in covering 75% of a lot, there will be no connection to the natural world for humans or for other animals that live in our city. Backyards can be a biological corridor for wildlife to traverse through. With trees and plants and rocks and waterfalls being planted and created through Eugene, we could be a city that accepts nature and encourages her place here. With the development of 75% of a lot, that will not be possible. Humans have a need to connect to the natural world, but will be forced to drive long distances, polluting the air as they travel in order to connect with nature. Instead, our city could be pioneers where no one feels they have to travel because they would already feel at home. Also, who could afford these investments? I look at the University District and Franklin Boulevard. None of those workers are local. None of the builders are from around here. The builders sometimes call our company because they have to plant some plants for city regulations. However, they want to spend $0 on greenifying their development. Also, I have noticed that many of the developments allow their plants to die because they do not irrigate them and because the city does not go back and check on their work. So the only ones who could afford to spend the money needed to buy a house, destroy a house, and rebuild it would be people that are obviously coming from outside this area. The average person does not have the business understanding to be a landlord for 4 families. And the average person is not taught how to read financial statements. Also, major investors.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next is Walter, followed by David Burkett.
Oh, you're supposed to put chat, yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Unmute, okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Cindy Allen speaking at Walters. 3 minutes to protect one's neighborhood from projected 5 times population growth in Walters area, promoted by developers with an existing infrastructure that in no way supports it. Eugene is similar to Boulder, yet Boulder is less than 1% growth and Colorado has chosen slow growth. What happened to Oregon and Eugene? Oregon was the first legislator to take away R1 zoning from residents who purchased in good faith in these areas. HB 2001 was originally voted down in regular session, but passed in a special Sunday vote. Proponents were hoping for duplexes in the neighborhoods, but somehow got much more. HB 2001 is unprecedented and more than enough for any area to deal with. Neighborhood associations, leaders have petitioned for the minimum. Council has been petitioned to ask for an extension on HB 2001 because of 2 years of COVID state restrictions. Most residents have next to zero idea of the magnitude of changes being planned. Instead of taking R1 neighborhoods, the bigger question is, why is BlackRock, owned primarily by the wealthiest of the wealthy, only organized in 1989, been allowed to develop a housing monopoly, buying up housing for far more than market value and increasing costs worldwide more than wages? If there had been true concerns about rising home and apartment costs, BlackRock would have been stopped long ago. One of their most lucrative divisions is federally subsidized housing. There are surety bonds in place to make sure that the rights of the individual are protected. There are also CCNRs and Oregon solar access laws of 19.
Thank you, Cindy. Your time has concluded. Next is David Burkett, followed by Christopher Deal. David, please unmute. David, please unmute. Okay, I'm gonna pass David and go to Christopher Deal, followed by Clay Neal.
Yes, good evening. I'm Christopher Deal. I live in Ward 1 on 12th Avenue, and I'm a licensed architect working in Eugene. I want to speak tonight in support of the middle housing amendments as recommended by city staff and the planning commission. And I want to make 2 points really. One, I'm a renter also, and I think a lot of the people speaking in opposition maybe have not been in the rental market for quite a while. It really is an urgent issue. It really is a very tough market, a very overheated rental market at this point. As anyone who's looked for rental housing recently can tell you. And then secondly, as an architect, I would like to speak and say that even though the proposed enhancements that go beyond the model code are actually, in my view, relatively minor changes and not radical in any way, but they are that little bit that will help make some lots that could not have higher density housing into lots that can. And in particular, I think the lot size reductions are important, and the detached plexes I think are also quite important, especially as they help address the concerns with tree preservation and not knocking down existing housing, because very few people actually want to knock down a perfectly good house, and giving more flexibility in the geometry of what's built really helps with that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Next is Clay Neal, followed by David Burkett.
Hi, my name is Clay Neal. I grew up in and currently live in Ward 2 in South Eugene. I'd first just like to join the others who committed city staff, planning commission, and city council for the depth and breadth of public outreach and engagement on this effort in order to increase access to and affordability of small and fill housing. I believe actually that Mr. Melendez, who spoke tonight, from part of that engagement process provided a really salient testament to the effort that the city pursued. Additionally, as a neighborhood board member, I was aware of the public process for the past few years, and we provided opportunities for neighbors and board members to discuss the issue during our neighborhood meetings. I understand I have some differing opinions from many folks in the neighborhood, and that's fine. We have those discussions at the neighborhood board, and a few of us are here tonight talking about different aspects of this plan. So for me, I just want to highlight how drastically the city has changed since I was a kid living here. My parents stretched their budget to buy our first house for our family of 7 for $70,000 in South Eugene. It was four blocks from my elementary school. And that opportunity provided our family, who used a bungee cord to keep our fridge closed for 3 years, to have some stability and build family wealth. This opportunity is certainly not available to most Eugenians today. And middle housing, I think, provides some more additional opportunities for homeownership beyond the standard single family development that was traditionally available and affordable to Eugenians. In fact, there's a 2021 Eco Northwest report on the city's website related to this process that looks at the various policy options developed by city staff and explicitly states that middle housing is comparatively less expensive than new single family housing. So I encourage you to read that report and think about the opportunities that new Eugenians might have with middle housing available to them. Thank you all for your time. Good luck for the rest of the night.
Thank you, Clay. Next is David Burkett, followed by Alexis Biddle. David, please unmute. And it looks like we still have some people raising their hands. And so if your hand is lowered by the moderator, that means that you will not have an opportunity to speak tonight because you did not have your hand raised by the 8:50 cutoff time. So it looks like David has not unmuted. So we're going to go to Alexis Biddle, followed by Carlos.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Vinis and councilors and staff. I'm sure you're all very exhausted, so thank you for your patience and attention tonight. My name is Alexis Biddle, staff attorney for 1000 Friends of Oregon. I am testifying in support of the draft HB 2001 code amendments. What implementing this bill is really about is a question of how we want to grow into the future, the type of city that we want to become. We can choose to be a city, to be more inclusive community with greater economic mobility by integrating more diverse housing in all neighborhoods. We can choose to reduce our carbon emissions with smaller homes that require less energy to heat and cool and are closer to jobs and transit. We can choose to allow older generations the opportunity to stay in their neighborhood when they no longer need a larger home. We can choose a more vibrant economy where our teachers and nurses can find homes they can afford and where small businesses are able to find workers at all. With the code amendments before you today, we have an opportunity to define locally desired outcomes from the state mandated process. Like nearly all of the 56 cities that are implementing HB 2001, we should allow for detached housing types in order to prevent displacement by allowing existing older and more affordable homes to be incorporated into middle housing designs and avoid costly teardowns. You're hearing from a lot of folks today who are asking you to delay addressing deeper affordability because they say the public hasn't had enough time to learn about this process. The truth is that no amount of time will satisfy the few who pretend to care about educating the public while spreading misinformation about what this proposal does and preying on legitimate concerns around climate and equity impacts. Delaying is winning when you're fighting for the status quo. As Representative Fahey mentioned, the planning staff has spent over a year using best practices, even innovative new approaches to make sure that all voices are heard. And fortunately, when a diverse cross-section of your constituents hear the truth about housing reform, they support it. Please support the recommendations to reduce parking minimums near transit, provide bonuses for affordability, and incentivize smaller housing types. Thank you so much for your public service and for spending this deep night tonight. Have a good night.
Thank you, Alexis. The next speaker is going to be Carlos, followed by Terry.
Oh, did that work? This is only my second Zoom meeting. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I don't really feel that I can add that much to what some of the previous speakers have already said. I should say my name is Carlos Nixon. I'm in Ward 8. The changes that are being considered are desperately important for Eugene's future. And we really, must not rush into them because that they will be so hard to reverse. I'm for infill, but well-regulated infill that will sustain a quality of community life. The zoning changes in this proposal are too radical. They do not offer residents options for affordable homes, but they will undermine the quality of community life. They haven't really been fairly represented. For instance, the word modest has frequently been used to talk about the height change. It's only 5 feet, but that doesn't include the idea that that additional 5 feet allows a 3-story building instead of a 2-story building. Or for instance, ARP has, I feel, probably got some developers in their board or whatever, because they have very slick brochures showing very nice looking ADUs, very nice looking. But what would actually be allowed by the proposed deregulation would not necessarily be as attractive as that depicted, because it's not required to be that. It's not required to be small. The language is consistently very abstract. We all support better housing. It's needed. This is what we might call mother pie and applehood language. We've heard stories about the suffering in search of housing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that these code changes will help. So you can talk about how hard it is, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to fix it. And I don't think that connection has been made. We don't need to destroy quality of.
Thank you, Carlos. Your time has concluded. Next is Terry, followed by David Barajas. So it looks like Terry has dropped off the call as well, so I will come back to him. So David Barajas, followed by Gary Helt.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
But you can't see me.
We can now.
Okay, good. I'm having a little technical difficulty, but we'll get there. David Barajas, Eugene resident for 49 years. I live 6 blocks west of Chambers in 24th Ward 1. Renter in the 1970s and homeowner for 29 years. Then renter and now landlord. Oops. I'm going to get cut off.
David, we can
Okay.
still hear you. We just can't see you.
Yeah, but okay. So to the naysayers, I say, please look at a recent meeting of the Planning Commission. With respectful and open-minded dialogue, they created an elegant code package. Technically, I'm a developer. I own 1 home and will develop my front yard. I know many local homeowners who have ADUs and rentals. These mom and pop landlords are the candidates to encourage and incentivize. My dream scenario is encourage, incentivize, and innovate. Eugene building codes are founded in mid-century modern stick-built. I've been looking at 21st century solutions. They do not fit a father knows best reality. I've settled on boxable. I want 2. The city tells me they need to be 6 feet apart, fire safety. They're concrete exteriors, no wood. What about 4-foot spacing? No, 6 foot is code. Wildly energy efficient. Does each need a 200 amp service? What about the cul-de-sac side of my property? Could I have a 4-foot setback? No, 5 foot is code. It has no real traffic.
Thank you, David. Your time has concluded. Next is Gary Helt, followed by Steve Pringle.
Yes, hi, my name is Gary Helt. I live in Ward 2. I've heard a number of proponents tonight praise the plan and in the same breath say how we need more small, compact, affordable houses, which I agree with. But there seems to be a disconnect on understanding incentives for maximum market rate rentals that'll fit on a given lot versus incentives for home ownership and consideration for general livability in our city. There was an article in Sunday's RG on this issue, and it defined middle housing as priced to meet the needs of young people, older people, and others who can't afford large detached houses on their own. And it seems to me that the most affordable homes for these folks is it's not to buy large homes, would be to buy, well, they're not going to be able to afford to buy a duplex or triplex. It would be a small house. And I'm all for more small houses on lots. In fact, even tiny homes on wheels if, properly hooked up to utilities. And I'm also a proponent of home ownership. I think folks that have some skin in the game tend to be a little bit more engaged with their communities and neighborhoods. And there's some other benefits, and the previous speaker already enumerated those. But it seems to me that this proposed zone changes that Eugene is added to HB 2001 encourages sort of the exact opposite of small, compact, environmentally responsible homes available for home ownership and not rental for seniors and young people just starting out. The existing small houses that we have on large lots, they'll simply become targets for well-funded developers to outbid others, demolish the existing home and build the most rental units on that lot that the proposed city code will allow. And I think we need to tap the brakes on that. I think we need to acknowledge that this is a reality, is an unintended consequence of what the Planning Commission, has created. House Bill 2001 in itself is going to create some watershed changes. Looks like I'm just about.
Thank you, Gary. Your time has concluded. Next is Steve Pringle, followed by Rachel Latimer.
Hi, I'm Steve Pringle. I live in Ward 1. I'll keep this brief. It's been a long night, hasn't it? So just first off, top of the list here is like this robust public survey and years of public input is news to me. I'm just getting tired of hearing that because really I know everyone I spoke to about this years of public input and survey have never been contacted. And also affordable housing near transit. Well, how about the 7-Eleven gas station that's been approved that's going to go up on 7th and Polk, right next to an MX station? I mean, the irony of that is just mind-blowing. So, that's where the old Wells Fargo Bank used to be. And so, I don't see how the Eugene Code amendments will produce affordable housing for lower income households. There are no guarantees in those amendments that would require developers to build affordable housing. So how about we put requirements for the developers to build affordable housing, and if they don't, they have to pay a hefty fee. And that hefty fee could go towards subsidizing low income housing because we don't have enough of that. So as it stands now, these amendments are a giveaway to developers and of no benefit to lower income households. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Next is Rachel Latimer, followed by Barbara Miller.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rachel Latimer. I live in Ward 2. Please acknowledge the more than 1,100 Eugene residents who are asking you to adopt the minimum code amendments necessary to conform to HB 2001 and revisit the additional code amendments after there has been engagement with the public. A vaguely worded and biased survey asking residents to choose between encouraging or incentivizing housing options is neither sufficient nor transparent. When asked, most residents in my neighborhood have no idea about the changes required by the state, let alone the irreparable consequences of the additional changes proposed by city staff. The homes in my neighborhood, just a mile from the university, include small to mid-sized single-family homes, cottages, accessory dwellings, and duplexes, which provide affordable rentals and opportunities for first-time home buyers. Without any affordability requirements or protections for lower income households, there's no reason to believe nor evidence to support the idea that city staff's recommendation will result in more affordable housing. There is evidence across the nation of the devastating effect of proposals such as city staff's will have on neighborhoods like mine, the affordability of homes, and the environment. Please adopt the neighborhood leader's alternative proposal, which represents true citizen engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Next is Barbara Miller, followed by Rachel Smith Anderson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I think that HB 2001 itself is really making tremendous increases in density, significant ones. And I would suggest that if you just follow that at the state guidelines, that would really be more than we can get used to in a short while. And I think it is magical thinking that these are going to be affordable homes. I don't think they will be affordable homes. I think there are no guarantees. And if you're going to adopt something that's going to be separate for Eugene, then you need to put in contingencies where they have to be affordable and they have to be available to families that, you know, right now are having a hard time. Some of the infrastructure issues that are also not addressed, including pipes and sewer service, and especially parking. I'm in Ward 3. I live 2 blocks from the university. I can't find parking for my place to put my car now. So I imagine if, you know, if I have a fourplex next door to me with no parking restrictions, that will be even more difficult. And it seems to me really the only ones who are going to benefit from this, if you should adopt this plan, are the developers. You know, and they will be coming from California or New York or anywhere because they see that Eugene is a great place to take their money, and they will definitely benefit and we will not. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Barbara. Next is Rachel Smith Anderson, followed by Stephen Baker.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us for so late. I applaud the mayor and the councilors and the our city attorney and Naya for doing such a great job tonight. It's been a slog. My name is Dr. Rachel Anderson. I live in Ward 2, Matt Keating's ward, and I have served on the Neighborhood Transportation Committee for almost four years now. I'm speaking for myself, but I am on the Neighborhood Transportation Committee, and so we have fought for improved transit for our area as well as transportation safety. I have a few short comments tonight. First, I did not appreciate Commissioner Isaacson's spending most of his time making negative comments directed at citizens of Eugene. That was very unprofessional, and I don't appreciate that as he is a public servant. Thought it was pretty tacky to denigrate the citizens that are engaging in the good faith democratic process. So I personally would like to censure him for his tacky remarks. I think the process of community engagement has not been particularly fulsome nor robust. It was very narrow and deep, but I wish people would start using the word robust, because a lot of the critical information I needed to make an informed decision, I had to search and dig out myself. I am particularly concerned on the Transportation Committee about the parking issue, which there should be at least one parking space per domicile. It's very dangerous to force people to park on the street when we already have low visibility on our streets because they are so narrow. I do hear a lot of wishful thinking expressed tonight. I urge you to delay adopting the Planning Commission's recommendation for at least 2 years. Let's pass the minimum standards to see if we can get more economic data for Eugene and get more local buy-in from citizens. My question is, where do you think these multiplexes are going to be built? They're going to be tear downs first, and nobody, only developers can afford to do that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. Next is Stephen Baker, followed by Tom Albertson.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, I'm going to share my screen and then I'll start. So
So Stephen, we actually are not people are not supposed to be sharing their screen. It's just a chance to have video, and the clock is going.
Okay, so I'm talking about the serious housing shortage. And this is the result of cumulative results over time of federal policy since 1980s, reduced housing budgets, market factors, speculation, investment, and city council policies. The next city council and housing incentives have over the years depended on the multiple property tax exemption. The incentives have been primarily for expensive, often luxury housing. The most recent three MUFTIs in Riverfront approved by the city council, the staff financial consultant found that some of the most expensive housing in the city, significantly higher than being charged at any existing competitive project. Prior MUFTI in West University, mostly 4 and 5 bedroom luxury student housing for, that rented for $700 to $1,000 per bedroom a month, and 1 or 2 bedroom units were $1,500 or more per bedroom. One person house based on census data, one person households in Oregon were 13% in 1960 and had more than doubled to 28% in 2020. 2% households were 28% in 1960 and have increased to 35% in 2020. 1 and 2 person households now make up almost 2/3 of Oregon households. We need more 1 and 2 bedroom units. Any incentives provided beyond what is required by HB 2001 should provide.
Thank you, Stephen. Your time has concluded. Next is Tom Albertson, followed by Daniel Ivy.
Thank you, City Council, Mayor, Manager, citizens, Ms. Ross. I'm very humbled by the foregoing commentators. Thank you. I'm Thomas Albertson, a law student, and have rented in a few wards in the groovy city of Eugene. I support the proposed amendments to the Eugene City Code. I support the decrease of minimum lot size for duplexes to 2,250 square feet, triplex to 3,500 square feet, fourplex and cottage cluster, 4,500 square feet. According to Eco Northwest, an increase in supply and density would bring down the cost of housing and help strengthen the middle class in 2 ways. First, it's more cost effective to build smaller. Second, it helps increase the supply of housing. Right now, constraining the housing supply, tends to raise prices, according to 2 experts from the National Bureau of Economic Research. In the places where housing is quite expensive, zoning restrictions appear to have created these high prices. In case demand is a concern, the recent rise in ADU applications shows there is a demand for private homeowners to build onto their properties. According to senior planner Heather O'Donnell, the average number of ADU permits increased from 6 to 15.3 per year once the city code was amended to remove barriers to ADUs in 2018. I also want to point out the lengthy 18-month process of public involvement by the Planning Commission. I want to point out the need to encourage infill before expanding urban growth boundaries. I graduated college in 2006, and I remember how devastating the recession was on hardworking American families. Any steps we can take to cushion the middle class would be wise. I talked to many other students that have trouble establishing their careers in Eugene due to high rental prices. I encourage Eugene to pass the amendments as the Planning Commission has painstakingly prepared them. Let the market decide what gets built. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Next is Daniel Ivy, followed by Gwen Jaspers.
Hi, my name is Daniel Ivy. I live in Ward 1. The opinions I share here do not represent the opinions of the organizations I work for, whether as a volunteer or a paid employee. Thank you, councilors, mayor, and city staff for your time, wisdom, and grace tonight. Thank you as well to my fellow community members who've spoken so passionately on this topic. It's truly a testament to the democratic process. I wish to guide my comments towards anyone who opposes the recommended changes. I get that there are huge problems with many of the systems we're forced to work with. I'm also frustrated by the problems of the world. But we need to use a thoughtful, incremental, data-supported change, and it can lead to a better future for as many people as possible. Last year, the median home price in America increased by more than the median income. So let that set in if you haven't heard that. It's not the responsibility of the government to protect homeowner investments. It is the responsibility of the government to make sure its people are given basic human rights, such as the safety and stability that affordable housing provides. We are desperately in need of additional housing, specifically missing middle housing supply, and we need it now. Please vote to implement the recommendations of the City Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Next is Gwen Jaspers, followed by phone ending in 270, followed by our last speaker, Sandra Bishop.
Hi, I'm Gwen Jaspers and I live in Ward 1. Thank you for taking my comment. City of Eugene materials on the middle housing code changes often repeat the goal of affordability or of affordable housing. Adding new housing within our city's urban footprint is clearly preferable to taking over more and more of our rural land areas. That is the good part. But the proposed code, as I understand it, the so-called affordably priced housing will be affordable to those who earn 80% or more of the area median income. 80% of median income is still an income that many people who now live and work in Eugene do not earn and therefore will still not be able to afford. My concern tonight to you is that the code, as it is being proposed, will build more middle housing, which is great. I'm all for that, but not housing that Eugene residents with lower incomes will be able to afford. I admit that this important issue is complicated and I have difficulty sometimes understanding parts of it, but I can't help but think that if it becomes part of Eugene code, it will eventually become known as one of the main ways that Eugene greatly increased the pace of its gentrification. I'm curious if the houseless, the very low income, and representatives of the homeless support community were included in the public engagement process. And will there be a requirement that new middle housing not be eligible for use as, for instance, an Airbnb? This trend has also impinged on available affordable rentals, as you are aware. There are other unanswered questions as well. I urge the council to go with the minimum requirements of HB 2001 and take more time for due diligence in this life consequential issue to all area residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Next is phone ending in 270, followed by Sandra Bishop. Phone ending in 270, please unmute and state your full name and ward if known. Phone ending in 270, please unmute. Okay, we're going to move on to Sandra Bishop, and I'll try to come back to phone ending in 270. Sandra, go ahead. Sandra, we are unable to hear you. It looks like you are unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sandra U. Bishop. My husband and I live near 40th and Hilliard. We've lived here for 3 years in Ward 2, Matt Keating's ward. Prior to that, we lived at 10th and Jefferson in the West Side neighborhood for 40 years. We lived in a large apartment in a building we own built in the 1890s, which continues today to provide affordable rental units in central Eugene. I'm here tonight to request that you reject what staff is referring to as the model code amendment, at least postpone it for at least a couple of years. Please do not go beyond the standards set in House Bill 2001 until there's a better understanding of the deviation from existing zoning that will be allowed if this extreme staff Planning Commission amendment is approved tonight. The terms being used to explain the proposed code amendments sound more like branding concepts than zoning terms. There is so much confusion and misinformation being spread through generalizations and politically correct language that, as someone who's worked with land use planning, I implore you to please adopt clear and objective code amendments to implement the minimum standards for House Bill 2001 at this time. The express purpose of 2001 was to provide affordable, smaller living units. That's not going to be accomplished if you adopt the overly permissive standards that the staff has proposed. Adopt the minimum now, and in the future, please concentrate on including more incentives that may result in actual lower cost affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. And our last speaker is phone ending in 270. Please state your full name and ward if known.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Louise Al. Why are council meetings still on Zoom? I listened to the planner's Zoom, and the advocates had already carved up and rezoned my neighborhood, and my neighbors didn't even know about it. This seems very wrong, flawed, and frankly, like a land grab. Thank you.
And Mayor, that concludes the second public hearing for the evening.
Well, thank you, Naya, and you are my hero. That was an incredible performance on your part. Flawless, seamless. Thank you so much for walking us through that very long night of testimony. I now close the public hearing. However, as I stated prior to the public hearing, the City Council will continue to accept written testimony. You may submit written testimony to the email address middlehousingtestimony@eugene-or.gov, and your written testimony will be provided to the council. If you would like to receive future notices about the proposed land use code and Metro Plan amendments, please provide your name and mailing address with your written testimony. And I see that we have several councilors who wish to speak. And so I'm just going to say one thing, which is I will just allow one round per councilor. It is midnight and you have 2 work sessions following this. So you can have your couple of minutes, but I don't want to get into a long discussion at this hour. So with that, I know that Councilor Clark is first, and then Councilor Zelenka, and then Councilor Keating.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe Councilor Zelenka can correct me, but I think in all the time I've served on council, this is the longest I've ever sat in a meeting until just a few minutes before midnight. I see him shaking his head, so I think I'm right. I think we may have undershot the amount of public interest in this issue with our public process. And I hope we find more ways to involve the public in this process before we're done. That's number one. Number two, I agree with Dr. Anderson and with Matt Purvis, who spoke earlier, that the second planning commissioner who spoke kind of shocked me too, with the insulting language to those who might not agree with him. I was really disappointed to hear that. I thought it was beneath the position with which he's entrusted as a planning commissioner, and I was really shocked at that. This process has us in a place where we're going to make a difficult community decision. I hope we take adequate time to help everybody feel as though they're to some degree involved, and that we don't minimize people's opinions with whom we disagree in this process all the way through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Zelenka.
Councilor Clark, you might want to ask Commissioner Isaacson why he did that. I just wanted to, in reaction to what he's doing that, I just wanted to actually say, Naya and Sarah, excellent job. That was yeoman's work. You did a fantastic job keeping us on track, and it was a very late night. I think you should be able to take the next day off. So, thanks.
All right, Councilor Keating.
Please
You're
unmute.
still muted.
You're muted, Matt.
Thank you. It's late. Thanks. Mayor, thank you. I thank you to the more than 100 community members who joined us tonight to provide testimony. Thank you to everyone on staff for making this evening go smoothly. Apologies to folks who experienced technical difficulties because of a power outage. I also want to thank staff, stakeholders, and the Planning Commission members who have engaged in more than 18 months of creative and indeed rigorous public engagement. As I expressed privately to the Southeast Neighbors Board and publicly at our work session last week, I too share concerns about parking and protecting and preserving tree canopy coverage. And I look forward to reading the Eugene Sustainability Commission's recommendations regarding an improved tree code. And while I have great respect for the work, I am especially concerned about the unintended consequences of the EPC's proposed near to transit no parking incentive to new middle housing within a quarter mile of fixed bus routes and one half mile of MX service. Now, while this proposed near to transit no on-site parking incentive is based on research identifying that, quote, people are willing to walk to different levels of transit service, and quote, the Eugene Planning Commission's proposed options for reducing on-site parking near to transit are likely to result in significant increases of on-street parking in the South Hills, a noted safety and congestion concern. And further, as the crow flies parking proposal fails to take into account hilly terrain and unwalkable streets with no sidewalks. And as Sheena leadership and SEN members Emily Fox and Jill Baxter testified to, there's a real desire and a dire need to advance electrification hookups for e-vehicles at one's domicile. And that's why I'm suggesting, Mayor, with surgical precision, a tweak to the Eugene Planning Commission's recommendation, a reduction of the half-mile incentive from an MX line to be a quarter-mile incentive from an MX stop. And I encourage colleagues to eliminate entirely the on-street parking incentive within a quarter mile of a fixed bus route. Such an amendment to the EPC proposal would still incentivize building up along MX routes, but it would also prevent an influx of on-street parking along our already crowded and narrow South Hills streets. So I hope that is clear. I look forward to working with staff to introduce this amendment when appropriate in May. And again, I greatly appreciate the testimony of all who participated tonight. Thank you and welcome to tomorrow.
Thank you all. Thank you for your comments. I will second what people have said. It's pretty impressive to have 125 people testify, and everyone testified. So really valuable. And we have several work sessions ahead of us. So there's a good opportunity for us to consider people's concerns and recognizing that this is one decision among a number of decisions the council is making around housing and housing affordability and availability. It's part of our housing implementation pipeline. It's not the only discussion we're having about how to enhance our housing. So with that, I believe it is time to adjourn and have a good sleep, everybody. Good night.